Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. I call the meeting, a reorganization meeting of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs Mayor and Council to order. It is now 9:47 a.m. on January 3rd, 2019. The meeting is called to order. Have the new council people been sworn in? I understand that Congressman Pascal swore you in on Monday or Tuesday. Did that actually happen?
Ceremoniously.
Okay, well, he's not qualified to do that under the law, so we need to have somebody else swear you in.
Well, that was already
You
done,
were?
Mayor.
It was already
He has the certification.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, who swore you in?
I did.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have a lot of work to get done this year, but let's reorganize. First, Madam Clerk, have a roll call.
Mayor Kranjak,
Here.
Councilpersons Wu,
Here.
Sung,
Here.
Sabari,
Here.
E. Park, Aversa,
Here.
O,
Here,
Borough Attorney,
Present.
Municipal Clerk. Everyone's present, Mayor.
Thank you. Please all rise, and let's start our meeting as we always do with a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence for Ruth Hoffman. She was a long-term resident, over 50 years in Englewood Cliffs, who passed away last week. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read into the record the Open Public Meetings Act statement?
Adequate notice of this meeting was given to the press and posted as required. Date and time of this meeting was legally given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act. This notice is on file with the municipal clerk and posted on the bulletin board. Minutes of this meeting will be made available to the public upon the completion of typing and proofreading by the municipal clerk.
Thank you. Give a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, we're not going to closed session. There's no second. Okay. So they're not interested in learning about the litigations that we need to discuss to best protect this borough. So I will take executive prerogative and deal with everything myself if we're not going into closed session.
All right, so, Mayor, if I just might, I won't go into the attorney-client privilege material. Members of the council, the affordable housing attorneys have asked for a special meeting for Monday. They have a plan ready to be presented. It's already been publicized, is my understanding, and they have a plan ready to be presented to the planning board on Monday night, and they would like the mayor and council to look at it and take the appropriate action on Thursday, January 10th. They would like the opportunity to meet with the new council on Monday before the planning board meeting. So I'm asking for a special meeting for Monday the 7th, sometime late in the afternoon or in the early evening. The planning board meeting is 7:30.
I'm definitely not available Monday.
I'm available.
I'm sorry. Julia, are you available?
I'm not available.
Alan?
No.
Ed, you're not? 3 noes. Councilman Song, are you available Monday?
We'll figure out a date beforehand.
No, you're not available right now? Okay. Councilwoman Sabari?
Later in the evening,
What time?
maybe around 7.
That's when the planning board meets, I believe.
No, they meet at 7:30.
7:30?
Okay, so the borough has important pending business with respect to affordable housing. If we are going to do a special meeting on Monday, at whatever time may be, we have to publish the notice. Probably the latest we could publish it for 48 hours notice as required of the Open Public Meetings Act would be tomorrow. I respectfully request on behalf of the affordable housing attorneys that you make time in your schedule to have a meeting because the 2 new council members need to be brought up to speed on what the prior council has worked on for the past year approximately. And we are now coming to a critical time with respect to a proposed plan that all of you have talked about in closed session that now will be considered an open meeting by the planning board, it is very important for the council members, especially the two new council members, to be apprised of where we are. There's a pending trial date. There is pressure from the court to move the trial along. There are motions constantly being filed by 800 Sylvan, the developer, insofar as we have continued to receive immunity from developers' lawsuits. Nevertheless, the court has not dismissed that case. We must provide a plan for constructing affordable housing. It's time, after approximately 30 years, for Englewood Cliffs to attempt to meet its obligations. So I respectfully ask that you please report to the Borough Clerk as soon as possible today. If you can have it arranged, if you can make yourselves available Monday at 6, 5:30, 6:30, we need to know whether we can have a quorum so the two new members can be apprised. The second point, and I wasn't going to do this in open session, but nevertheless I will, because it's important. There is an issue about a potential conflict of interest with respect to Ms. Sabari. I'm not going to go into detail, but everyone knows she lives within 200 feet of 800 Sylvan Avenue. And when I say potential, it is a potential conflict regarding financial benefit or detriment, which is the most significant kind of conflict that a council member can have. I'm not asking her to make a decision, nor am I making a recommendation. The affordable housing attorneys will address the issue, and Ms. Sabari, I'm sure, will make a reasoned decision. I will only say that with respect to the makeup of the council now, and with 5 Democrats and 1 Republican council member, it will be up to this council to carry forward on affordable housing what you have done in the past year or so. And the vote of Ms. Sabari, well, I respect she's been elected and she should be fully able to do her official duties, there is a weighing process in the conflict of interest analysis as to whether or not the borough is going to be harmed or benefited by a particular vote. And it is particularly important that all members of the council realize that there is a whole body of law on conflicts of interest with respect to planning board members having financial interest in properties at or near developments. It's going to apply. So respectfully, I didn't want to do this in public, but I'm not making a recommendation to Ms. Sabari or any kind of opinion at this moment. I only am making a record since we refuse to have a closed session. With respect to the other matter on closed session, I will respectfully decline to discuss that, and I will remove the resolution from page from the agenda, the last resolution, appoint counsel for borough defense in a new litigation, one of many, filed by Chief Chiaki, who is currently on administrative leave for 120 days and scheduled to retire on February 1. I will point out that...
Well, I thought he retired on January 1st.
Yeah, he put a retirement in, he has chosen to exercise the 30-day option. I will tell the council that we have 35 days to answer the complaint, and we are served on December 17th, so action must be taken at either a special meeting if we have one on Monday, or next Thursday, and the new council will have a shortened period of time within which to respond. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. A closed session would have best protected this borough, is my opinion. We now do not have counsel in a new litigation, as frivolous as it is. So you've created a problem. Okay. The next on the agenda is my annual address, and just haven't been handed some papers from Councilwoman O, Councilman Aversa, and Councilwoman Park. I encourage everyone to listen carefully, because what I had written before they did that is even more true now, and it was prescient when I wrote it, so... Actually, before I do that, our county clerk is here, and I know you have other things to do, and you've been so patient, and I wish you raised your hand, and I would have called on you, but please, this is John Hogan, he's our county clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You have an office to run, so we're going to be shooting back
Yes,
there.
thank you for spending time.
It was a very, very challenging election. I went through Hurricane Sandy as my first election. This one came close to being Hurricane Sandy. The state lobbed us some real challenges this year, as you probably all know. They decided that they were going to enhance the vote-by-mail process, and then we thought it wasn't happening until next year, and it happened this year, like September, I think that landed on us. The state did not have the ability to input all the information, so it came back to my office to do it. I actually have 5 members in my election division. Thank God, all the rest of the election areas all cooperated. There's a lot to be said about cooperating and getting things done, and we're able to deliver the election. While that was all done, and we took a big breath, and we said, we got the vote-by-mail stuff done, suddenly the sheriff resigned. The state told us that we had to deliver a sheriff's election in 6 weeks. That normally takes about 10 months. We tried to resist. Secretary of State came to our office, and we were under orders and directions to carry it out. We delivered the sheriff's election. We elected the sheriff in the next 3 years. And the integrity of the election process was maintained. I'd like to we've already certified the election, so I'd just like to, Mayor, ceremoniously certify the election of the 2 council members and present them a certificate, if that's okay.
Thank you, that's very kind of you.
This is to certify the general election held on the 6th day of November, 2018. Deborah Samari was duly elected to serve as a member of the council for full term in the borough of Englewood Cliffs. The councilwoman received 1,255 total votes. Councilwoman, as I said in Park Ridge the other day, this is for Facebook. And also, this certified general election held on the same day. Jimmy Son was duly elected to serve as a member of the council for full term in the borough of Englewood Cliffs. The councilman received 1,247 total votes. Congratulations. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for putting me
Thank
up.
you.
Appreciate it. Good luck, everyone. Have a good new year.
Thanks, guys.
Is there someone here from the We Do organization? Oh, okay. This is a councilwoman from Glen Rock also.
Thanks so much for the time. I really appreciate it. For everyone, my name is Arden Frederick. I'm a councilwoman from Glen Rock. I'm here as a member of WeDo, which is Women Empowered Democratic Organization of Grady County. And I'm here to congratulate Deborah Samari on her election to Englewood Cliffs Council. What we do as an organization is we are here to empower, recruit, and help women, Democratic women who are called to serve at all different levels, at the local level, at the state level, at the county level, and we're here to support you as you start your journey, as I'm sure everyone else here will support you as well. And we're here to help you govern, and we're here to help you as you start this great year and years of service to everything. So congratulations. You know, a large part of the way you succeed will be in how you govern and how you listen to everyone here. And I have to say, I was listening to Cory Booker, our senator, on January 1st.
Spartacus?
Someone else is running for Jim Tedesco's place, right? And one of the things she said, which was prescient for the year for me, was that it is okay to disagree when we're in government. It is not okay to be disagreeable. And I take that with me as I govern, and I'm sure you all will too. So thank you and congratulations. Oh, sorry. Can you just scooch over just so I get a really nice picture for us?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us here today. Those are very profound words, and I appreciate you saying that. And I recently read something that the Archbishop of Canterbury said, and he said, we must learn to disagree well. So let's try to work on that. Dignitaries are finished. Anybody else? Assemblyman Johnson, Assemblywoman Huddle.
I'm going to swear in Lori Hull.
Okay, all right, good. So, good morning and Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to our annual Municipal Government Reorganization Meeting and my State of the Borough comments. Before we begin, I want to again express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to our outgoing council members. Thank you, Mark Park, for your leadership and for always speaking up for what is right and what is just. You never failed us. You have served our community well and have always put your constituents ahead of politics. I personally know how unfair some people are. And in your case, you were victimized by Captain Murphy, but always stayed on the just and righteous course that has made you a great person, great friend, and a great leader. I will continue to fight against racism propounded by Captain Murphy and the stigmatization in all forms. I also thank Katie, your wife, for standing by you and us in all your and our good work. Thank you, Mark. So just as an aside, before I go on, I call to your attention my favorite and probably most ironic inspired newspaper photo of 2018. There's a photo of Captain Murphy, Chief Chaffee, and others declaring Englewood Cliffs to be a stigma-free zone. That is, don't stigmatize people for any reason, right? And I agree with that. What the newspaper did not know when they published it was that Captain Murphy was accorded by Chief Chaffee stigmatizing Councilman Park for his Korean ethnicity. You and you, the Assembly people, you must have read about this, but you didn't say anything. Shame on Captain Murphy and on Chief Chaffee for playing good guys for the camera while privately being racists. All right, that's what it is. Let's call it what it is. Thank you, Carol McMorrow, for your tireless leadership and your hard work on behalf of everyone in Englewood Cliffs. They may not tell you they appreciate it, but you made this a better town, and they know it. Thank you. You've done everything. You have done everything you could to make this a better town. You have also suffered greatly at the hands of a corrupt political machine. I commend you for staying the course, and thank you for your exemplary service. Thank you, Mary O'Shea, for stepping into the council member role, and for bringing historical facts unknown to many of us into the discussion and into our problem solving. You were on council for 2 months, but it was an important 2 months. You were present where you were. We've had council people here 7, 8 years. They've done nothing. 2 months, you did a lot. Thank you. You have a truly amazing memory. She's reminding me of things that happened 2 months ago. You also brought actions and votes that benefited our entire community, and I thank you. You too have served our community superbly, and I look forward to having you serve on the planning board and Carol McMorrow will also be on the planning board, which is a very special place, as we know, in this town. I've always said that I will work with anyone who works with me, regardless of politics. After 3 years, 120 recordings surreptitiously made by Police Chief Chaffee, many frivolous lawsuits, and watching how government employees do their jobs, and in many cases don't do their jobs, I thank those borough employees who come to work every day to do their jobs honestly and professionally, and never let politics cloud their ethics, their actions, or their work product. I won't publicly name you wonderful employees right now individually, for a very well-placed fear of what others who fail this borough every day will do to you, simply because you did your jobs and they didn't. So I thank you. You know who you are, because I have thanked you personally already. And I do that every time I see you. I look forward to continue working with you. As mayor of Englewood Cliffs, together with council members Wu, Mark Park, Carol McMorrow, and Mary O'Shea, we have had great successes in breaking from past government inefficiency, mismanagement, and corruption. While we are still cleaning up the inefficiency, mismanagement, and corruption that we inherited, I point to our progress as follows. For members of the audience who are unable to remain silent, I encourage you to leave and come back. Number one, we have put in place a professional planning board chaired by Russell Perino. Thank you, Russell. You've done a great job. Russell and his board follow the rules. They do no backroom deals, and they act in a transparent manner for the benefit of all of Englewood Cliffs. Anyone who claims otherwise is probably part of the corruption that we're trying to clean up. We developed plans for a renovated Johnson Park and Whitty Field, which, although met with Democratic Party opposition, will now probably move forward because they know we need it. I don't care if they want to take credit or put their names on it, as our local Democrats relish. I'll even give you your own parking spots at the park, if you finally support our children and residents with a functional park. We need better athletic fields, a band shell, and recreational pavilions. We have exposed overtime abuse at the Englewood Cliffs Police Department. Despite the chief and others pulling the proverbial wool over the Bergen County prosecutor's eyes, he's now the Attorney General, that's how it works, we have continued our fight to end overtime abuse. Once I started looking into overtime abuse, the chief actually ordered, he's on tape doing this, certain of his men to go back and create overtime records to cover up. This fact was proven by the recordings made by Chief Chaffee. We simply should not have $500,000, $400,000, $300,000, $200,000, or even $100,000 of police overtime. This is not a difficult town to patrol. We should leverage technology as other police departments do, and we don't. We have held corrupt employees accountable, despite council members O of Versa and Ellen Park trying to dismiss charges against them at every opportunity, and even when there was no opportunity and no meeting in progress for that matter. Shame on them. They even repeatedly failed to join me in condemning racist speech targeting our Korean American and Chinese American communities. That's not leadership. While I am on the subject of racism, all of the following also failed to condemn our police chief's racist speech. The PBA bargaining unit, the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office, the New Jersey Attorney General, the publishers of Eye in the Cliffs newsletter, Karen Geiger and Debbie Sabari, the local Democratic Party, the county Democratic Party, and the state Democratic Party. And this morning, we saw Valerie Huddle and Gordon Johnson not even do that. Shame on everyone. I'll continue the fight against racism. We have enacted the strictest no-pay-to-play ordinance in the state of New Jersey, which I suspect our new council will try to revoke, because that's how it works. folks. You make contributions, you get appointed to jobs, and then you get paid. We have greatly improved the recreation offerings in our town and continue to do so. Our community night out, 5K road race, Easter egg hunt, and Winter Wonderland have been great additions. I hope council members O. Reverse at New Park will someday join us in all these events and end their boycott of a fun time. We have purchased a new fire engine to make our community safer. It was delivered late last year, actually late 2017. It was christened in 2018. We have obtained better library services with Fort Lee, where our residents have access to over 10,000 foreign language books now. Every month, we have collected food contributions for the Office of Concerned Food Pantry in Englewood and have made a positive impact on the lives of the working poor in our area. We have removed all obstacles for LG Electronics to build the best and most technologically advanced low-rise office building in New Jersey. I expect completion of the building in 2019 and increased tax revenue therefrom. Despite costly legal challenges by the Englewood Cliffs Police Department, PBA, we have instituted a police hiring policy based on merit and not based on whether your father is friends with the chief or his sister or former Mayor Parisi. This policy will help us hire the best and the brightest women and men, and is a stark break with the past, where payback for jobs was the norm, and the problems I am solving the result. That's not funny, Ms. Norton, Mr. Marinuzzi. Despite costly legal challenges, you're out of order, sir. Despite costly legal challenges by the Englewood Cliffs Police Department, PBA, we have created a merit-based promotion policy for selecting our next chief of police. Again, the PBA challenged even that. Despite more costly legal challenges by the Englewood Cliffs Police Department, PBA, we have adopted a drug testing policy fair to our police officers and also to the borough, which are all in accordance with the New Jersey Attorney General's guidelines. Ironically, it was because police officers were complaining about drug abuse within the Englewood Cliffs Police Department that we reacted and created the drug testing policy, only to have them vigorously oppose it. You just can't make them happy. I and my team have worked to eliminate politics in the workplace, but have a long way to go with some of our employees who are now the subject of disciplinary charges. It's a terrible shame what some borough employees did to our borough, to our citizens, to their careers, and to their own families. They were warned repeatedly by me, but chose their path. My oath of office does not permit me to ignore bad actions, and I won't. Note that they also had similar oaths of office. Just last week, I learned from a public document that our tax assessor, George Rego, was fined for reducing the assessed value of a house in town that was owned by his mother and for which he was the sales agent. Only in Englewood Cliffs. Actually, only in New Jersey. So, in essence, we all paid more in taxes because the owners of that house, related to him, paid less. How is that fair to you? He should be terminated and not just fined $1,000, as was the ruling. The system must stop protecting these people at taxpayers' expense. We pay a lot in taxes, it's just not sustainable. We are all victims of this corruption, and the system is clearly not working if a tax assessor is going to so brazenly ignore such a conflict of interest. Shame on him, and I hope the other towns he serves take note. We have worked diligently, despite unfair court requirements, to comply with the state's affordable housing requirements. And this goes for all municipalities. Our legislature has failed us. This is what happens when the legislature does nothing, governors do even less, and when judges act outside of their scope of authority and pretend they are executives and legislators. I spoke to Mr. Johnson this morning about this, and I'm expecting him to act. Judicial activism is ruining New Jersey. Actually, if you saw yesterday in the newspaper, the state with the largest exodus of residents is New Jersey, because our legislature has made it unlivable. The guarantee clause of Article 4 of the U.S. Constitution guarantees you and me a Republican form of government, in which people govern through elections and judges do not usurp them. It's exactly what's happened in New Jersey. In my view, the entire affordable housing regime that we are trying our best to comply with is unconstitutional and a violation of the Guarantee Clause and a violation of our right to due process. But again, we are trying to comply with it because it is the law. But I'm counting on you, Assemblyman Johnson, Assemblywoman Huddle, to deal with this. We have tried our level best to correct the misstatements made by our political opponents at the microphone below. Those comments by the Geigers, they're here, De Gregorio, Norton, Simon, Morfessis, Fair, Sabari, and the misstatements in the so-called nonpartisan newsletter, Eye on the Cliffs, founded by Geiger and Sabari. Okay. We have tried to support the Englewood Cliffs Senior Club with whatever they need and hope to expand their activities this year. And I hope to keep getting invitations to their parties, because they are the best parties that we go to. Thank you, Mary. I know you're behind that. We have been asked by the school board to provide them with 2 school resource officers, which I expect this council to do so expeditiously. I hope it does not get mired in politics at the expense of our children's and our employees' safety. We have enforced the borough's property maintenance ordinance for all property owners, regardless of their political affiliation. There is still much work to be done in this regard, especially in the south part of town. We can do better, and I demand our employees to do so. I have tried to stop the Englewood Cliffs Police Department from doing favors for anyone, so we will no longer have the exploits of some of our town's politically connected people appearing in the local news, only to have their big night out erased from records. I have also tried to stop the Englewood Cliffs Police Department from political targeting, as evidenced by Chief Chaffee's recordings, where he's heard telling some of our police officers to follow me while driving until I do something wrong. Does that sound like America, folks? It's not. How brazenly and how arrogant. Everyone involved should be fired, as this behavior would not be tolerated in any other police department. The Bergen County prosecutor and the Attorney General continue to do nothing, despite being aware of what took place. They have the recordings, and they've had them for many months. We have worked to bring new restaurants to town, and have been very successful doing so. We have worked to assist people with special needs and mental illnesses in a caring and law-abiding environment. We have brought corruption, political targeting, and death threats to elected officials, including me, to the attention of the acting prosecutor Kalo and Attorney General Graywall, only to have them ignore us. Council members O of Versa and Allen Park failed to act with us to end this deplorable behavior by some of our Englewood Cliffs Police Department members. Shame on them. Instead, Gloria, Ed, and Ellen tried to repeatedly dismiss the charges and hide all this from your view, even after they listened to the subject recordings. They also enlisted the help of our municipal clerk to take a sham vote and generate sham minutes of the charges being dismissed. Shame on her. These 3 are not leaders, and I expect they have not changed, and that they will continue giving accommodation to corruption. My prediction. They are puppets who do what they are told by the local Democratic Party, regardless of who is victimized. The good news is that you all can now listen to the recordings for yourself and judge the Englewood Cliffs Police Department members, Gloria, Ed, and Ellen, for yourself. One of the areas where we promised we would excel and did so in creating is a transparent government. You see everything that goes on. My policy since I became mayor is to never take meetings alone with anyone. I follow the law as advised. I don't have a salary, and I don't even have a parking spot, as our council members do, and apparently relish. While I found it quite easy to be transparent when I became mayor, I thought that bringing transparency to our departments was going to be a much larger challenge. And indeed, it was and still is. But just as I was left scratching my head about how to effect positive change and a view to the workings of some of our more, let's say, private departments, I was sued for one thing or another by a politically charged police chief and his PBA. I say his PBA because he does control them. And then the good heavens of transparency opened up for me in the form of secret recordings made by our very own police chief. You see, what he did was record his interactions with me and others. So now, thanks to a recent court ruling, you get to hear me tell him to get his overtime under control, to do his job better, and get officers who call in sick way too often back to work. You also get to hear him screaming about how he can't cut overtime. But these heaven-sent recordings also put on full display the corruption that infected our municipal government's police department and clerk's office, in which I would have had great difficulty proving. It would have been virtually impossible to prove. 120 recordings of various lengths provide a glimpse at the underbelly of our borough that even Bob Woodward would find reminiscent of Watergate. We can now hear the following, proving that I was right all along when I called out certain people as enemies of democracy. Thank you, Chief Chaffee, Captain Murphy, Captain Regan, and Lizette Duffy, for exposing yourselves as people who put political party and self-gain ahead of your government service. Shame on you all. I should add that the borough-owned recording device used by Chief Chaffee to record has still not been returned to the borough, despite repeated requests. Again, neither the prosecutor nor the Attorney General have done anything. Having observed town government for many years as a resident, and having been involved in town government for several years as mayor, I've always seen a pattern. You've seen it also. Government would be reorganized in January. That's what we're doing today. Candidates for the next election would be announced in late March. Primaries would be held in May. Lawn signs and billboards would go up around Labor Day. Doorbells would be rung by candidates starting in September. Campaign materials would flood our mailboxes, and the election would take place in November. This was like clockwork, and the 42-year Parisi dynasty of self-dealing and corrupt government was rarely threatened, until I came along with my team. Things started changing when I became mayor in 2016. The Anglo-Cliffs Police Department, PBA, well, they started endorsing candidates in a break from a long history of not doing so. You should note that only a handful of PBA members live in town. So you would wonder why the PBA would care who comprised the governing body. The next thing that changed was that the PBA became openly hostile to Republican candidates, and especially to me, despite them still being the second highest paid police department in New Jersey. Again, something I inherited. The grievances mounted, the litigation surged, accompanied by the lies and falsehoods that are being serially disproven by me and by the chief's bizarre recordings. The private and public disrespect escalated to even this past Monday, when we had a special council meeting punctuated by the most junior-ranking patrolman publicly being disrespectful and insubordinate. There are now consequences for actions such as this. While we saw the shifts of PBA policy, it then escalated to not only endorsing candidates, which is of course lawful, but to actively campaigning and coordinating with the Democratic Party in town. We saw the PBA members in uniform appearing with Gloria O. as part of her campaigning. We saw door-to-door campaigning coordinated by the Democratic Party, by our off-duty police officers, spreading the Democratic Party's misrepresentations. They literally went door-to-door for Gloria O., Ed Aversa, Ellen Park, Debbie Sabari, and Jimmy Song, spreading lies and fear-mongering. It's ironic that the same department that has an outrageously high and unprofessional sick call-out rate and overtime rate would have its members spend their weekend off duty campaigning for Democratic candidates in a town where they do not reside. Why would the PBA members do all this for Democratic council candidates? What's in it for them? Let's connect those dots together so we can rise up and restore democracy and not accommodate their corruption. So the current collective bargaining agreement between the Anglo-Cliffs Police Department and PBA and the borough expired on December 31, 2018. The contract that just expired gave the PBA the world and was negotiated by Ed Aversa and Gloria O. and adopted by the Democratic Council majority. The agreement created the second highest paid police department in the state of New Jersey. A new collective bargaining agreement must now be negotiated. Everyone here knows that our taxpayers lost in the now expired collective bargaining agreement, and so our PBA wanted to help the Democratic council members who are now on council get on council in order to defeat my efforts of good government. A government that is fair to both employees and to taxpayers. What's wrong with that? Just be fair. By my estimation, the Englewood Cliffs Police Department has wasted over $10 million of our money since Chief Chaffee became chief in 2010. That's $10 million wasted. His sister, the then Democratic chairwoman of the EC Democratic Party, together with Councilwoman O and Councilman Aversa, paved the way for the chief to become chief, and to become the 5th highest paid chief in New Jersey, earning more than the New York City Police Commissioner, who has 50,000 police officers, and in effect making the Englewood Cliffs Police Department an extension of the Englewood Cliffs Democratic Party. Again, the agreement that just expired amounts to about 1/3 of our municipal budget. It resulted in the 2nd highest paid police department in New Jersey, and this is just not sustainable. While the PBA is free to endorse candidates, they are not free to purchase their next contract by helping to elect O. Aversa, Ellen Park, Sabari, and Song to council. And they are not free to misrepresent the truth, as they have done repeatedly at this room's microphone, door to door, in court, and in their writings. Therefore, I am reiterating my position regarding council members O, Ellen Park, and Aversa, and now stating my position regarding new council members Sabari and Song, that they are all grievously conflicted from voting on all and any matters regarding the Englewood Cliffs Police Department, the Englewood Cliffs Police Department PBA, and the Englewood Cliffs Police Department Chief Promotion. We would all be better off if the PBA members focused their efforts on enforcing our laws, capturing the burglars and auto thieves that have overcome our town, rather than playing the campaign game for a better contract. Shame on them. So what have we learned? Because we did learn something here over the last 10 years. Number one, the politicization of a police department results in corruption, overtime abuse, lack of professionalism, and a you-can't-touch-us attitude. Number two, taxpayers lose when a political party controls a police department. Number three, the system literally cuddles bad police officers. 4, racism has no place in Englewood Cliffs. 5, sexual harassment has no place in Englewood Cliffs. 6, overtime abuse has no place in Englewood Cliffs. 7, political targeting has no place in Englewood Cliffs. 8, collusion between a police chief, municipal clerk, council members, and plaintiffs has no place in Englewood Cliffs any longer. The Bergen County Prosecutor, this is number 9, the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office and Attorney General do not do their jobs when it's politically inconvenient. Number 10, again, the current salary levels and benefits of our police department and police departments throughout New Jersey are not sustainable. 11, $10 million has been taken from our taxpayers through waste, mismanagement, and corruption. I want it recaptured in the next agreement. Give it back. 12, and finally, I will not tolerate corruption of any form, and I have a proven track record of striking out against corruption, no matter who threatens my life, no matter who follows me, no matter who makes the call to Loretta Weinberg to impede our justice. I view council members Zoe Aversa and Allen Park as irreparably corrupt given their attempts to bury all of their friends' corruption. But I want to give new council members Sabari and Song an opportunity to live up to all that flowery campaign language in which they promised you to uphold the law, to be fair, and to put citizens first. The spotlight's on you. Let's see what they do. Councilman Wu, who's been a great help to me and to this borough, and I are happy to support them every step of the way. But they are still grievously conflicted from voting on all matters involving the Englewood Cliffs Police Department. By now, everyone knows that if I see something wrong, I will say something right. If you do something wrong, I will do something right to right your wrong. And if you threaten to kill me, target me, curse at me, sue me, lie about me, insult me, I don't care. I still have a job to do, and I'll do it. And you're going to lose. You lose your job, you lose your pension, you lose your 342 days of accrued vacation pay, and you are no longer working for Englewood Cliffs. You can no longer lie in the lap of corruption, no matter if you are a police chief, police captain, or municipal clerk. So let's try this again. I will work with anyone who will work with me. You've been hearing this for 3 years. The choice is yours. The outcome is mine. In closing, I repeat that we cannot fix America without fixing its towns and cities. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you for listening. Please have my best wishes for the new year. Have a motion to open to the public, please?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
If there's anyone from the public who wishes to be heard, please come to that microphone after I recognize you. State your name and address. Just 1 minute. Yes.
David DiGregorio, 165 Charlotte Place. The mayor's very pointed speech, his angry speech, I couldn't help thinking, how could he have gotten things accomplished without being so confrontational? It almost sounded like a poor me, very angry speech, and I really feel that all of the people are good people. Everyone, we all are all residents of town. The heavy-handedness of this mayor has hurt this town. The gavel pounding has hurt this town. And just the statement of, come to me if you want to work with me, is arrogant in itself and ineffective. And I think the mayor needs to take a softer touch. And I think the mayor has been alienating people, and that has made him an extremely ineffective leader. So, as a symbol to encourage a lighter hand and a softer touch, I am presenting the mayor.
You may not approach the dais.
I will not approach the dais. I'll leave it right here.
You can take it with you.
Get people's attention. Thank you very much. Good luck.
By the way, Mr. DiGregorio, while you're here, will you join me in condemning racism? Mr. DiGregorio, will you join me in condemning racism? All right. So for the record, for everybody watching this video, I just asked Mr. DiGregorio, who's really an outspoken critic of mine, if we could agree on one thing, and that is, can we both agree to condemn racism? And he walked away, which is a shame. Okay, anybody else wishing to be heard?
Up there across, you don't get the right to...
Anybody else? You've lost the floor, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and new council.
Good morning.
Congratulations to new members of the council. Russell Perino, 220 Fairview Avenue. Great to see everybody. Happy New Year to everyone. I just wanted to give a second announcement of the planning board meeting on Monday, January the 7th. And I just want to impress upon the members of the council, members of the public, that what we are dealing with in terms of the affordable housing litigation and the potential adoption of our housing plan is set for Monday night. I urge each of the council people to realize the importance of continuity here. It's not about the new council members or the old council members. It's about the entire council and the entire town coming together. And I spoke at this microphone probably about a year ago, asking that to happen, and for various reasons it didn't. And I won't get into that. I'll keep it positive. But it's really important here that there not be politics rather than what's in the best interest of the borough here. We cannot afford to miss a beat. And for as long as I've been involved in the affordable housing matter in the past year or 14 months, we were extremely careful and did an incredible amount of work to make sure that we met every deadline set by the court. And everyone needs to realize how sensitive those deadlines are, because we've got interveners in this litigation. They're just ready to pounce upon the borough if they miss one deadline.
There's one sitting right behind you.
Right, so it's, please, politics needs to be put aside when we're discussing affordable housing. That's what I need to say, that's what I want everyone to hear. I invite all of the council to come out on Monday night if they have time, and if there needs to be any special meetings, this needs to be done. Council spoke to you. You need to find a way. We can't have 5 out of 6 council members saying they're not available. You need to step up, we need to get it done, and not miss a beat, because the ramifications for this borough are huge. I know because I've been involved in it. Most of you, some of you do, some of you don't, but you all need to get aware really quickly of what we're facing here and how important each of these deadlines are. The court is aware of when the planning board is meeting. They're aware of when the mayor and council will theoretically be also hearing the presentation from our professionals.
January 10th.
Right, so we cannot play with those dates, it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Debbie Fair, 49 Irving Avenue, Englewood Cliffs. First, I'd just like to comment, I thought your entire speech was despicable and attacked us a lot.
Thank you, I appreciate that coming from you.
As far as the planning board and the affordable housing, we all know we would not be in this position in Englewood Cliffs had the planning board acted responsibly and approved the application for 800 Sylvan Avenue. And Russell Perino, as chairman of the board, made the motion to deny their application, leading the board down the road of ruin for Englewood Cliffs. And for him to stand up here and talk about politics, I seem to remember I received a letter in the mail from Planning Board Chairman Perino, identifying himself as the Planning Board Chairman, and it was a political letter endorsing the Republican candidates. So you are all absolutely out of line, and no one is buying it. The corruption is yours. The favors happening, that's yours. It is just despicable, the picture that you paint. Because since you have been in power, this town has faced the most detrimental issues that it has ever faced. This town was always protected before. And because of you and your plan...
What do you mean by protected? What do you mean by protected?
We always encouraged development on 9W. We didn't allow large parcels of land to become vacant by a stupid motion by a chairman that should have known better, and both people on the planning board that should have known better that this would be detrimental for Englewood Cliffs. And everything that we're facing now and all the money that's being spent now is because of that motion by Russell Perino.
So when you were a borough administrator, you were paid to do a job during a relevant time period, and you didn't do it either.
I certainly did do
No, that's why we have a problem today.
We do not have a problem.
Thank you for your comments.
You are absolutely...
And thank you for proving all my points.
Rewriting history.
Thank you so much for proving all my points. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Yes. Don't point at Mr. Perino like that. That's not nice, Miss Fair.
Lauren Eastwood, Four Willow Drive. I really liked your remarks, and I thought you were right on point, Mayor.
Thank you.
I've lived here for almost 40 years. I tried very hard to work with the previous Democratic administration to have problems addressed.
You can come in. It might be easier for you. Just come on in. Yeah.
I sent letters, repeated letters. Nothing was done because I was asking them to stop doing favors for one of their friends. And the favors continued. So, I am here to point out to all of you that I currently have a zero tolerance policy. If there are any future actions that violate my rights, there are going to be lawsuits. If there is a repeat of the incident where instead of addressing my well-documented concerns, I got property maintenance violations because I didn't have my fence fixed within a week of a storm, while you ignored other major property maintenance violations, there's going to be litigation. There had better be equal treatment of everyone. No selective enforcement. You take action against one person, you take action against everyone. I also expect that we will stop having games with the Oprah requests. This year, I put in an Oprah request for a letter to the mayor and council that was on the agenda about resident Martin Geiger. I was turned down. I was told there was a reasonable expectation of privacy in a letter to the mayor and council. No.
What was the subject matter of it?
It was I don't know. It was a letter about resident Martin Geiger. I never got the letter. There is not a letter reasonable expectation of privacy.
I had seen I'm not sure which letter you're talking about. I had seen a letter regarding an incident at a gym, but I haven't seen anything else.
I don't know what the letter is about. I am going to be putting in an Oprah request. I expect to get it. It was a letter to the mayor and council. I have put in requests for about police reports about public intoxication. I was told there was a reasonable expectation of privacy in a police report.
Who was that regarding?
A child of someone sitting on the stairs. SantaCon, the same person involved in SantaCon.
What's the end goal?
5 years.
Their police reports, there's no expectation of privacy in a police report. And borough officials should not be using their position to protect their political allies. That's not your job. It's arguably official misconduct. I would, and stupid smirks are not, just speak about the person with them. I would strongly recommend that each of you review the official misconduct statute. I also would like to ask a question. You are here in your official capacity. You are here to work for the borough, not the police department, not the Englewood Cliffs Democratic Party, and not for yourselves. So I would like to know why Mr. Song, Ms. Park, and Mr. Aversa have advertisements for their businesses on their council plaques. This is not what they're here for.
What are you talking about?
Why are we being told, what relevance does the fact that Mr. Aversa is a dentist have to the borough's business?
I earned it.
That's right.
You earned it, but it's not relevant
I
to the
earned
borough's
it.
business, and it's an advertisement
It's okay.
for your practice. And
It's not for you to say.
Yeah, and I don't have a practice in New Jersey, so let's get that straight.
It's okay.
You still have a practice.
Yeah, okay.
That these are advertisements
Just
for
like this week.
their businesses, and they shouldn't be here. And I'm going to reiterate what I just said.
Yes, Lauren.
You're embarrassing all of us.
You work for all of us. You are required to treat all of us respectfully and fairly.
It goes both ways. Thank you.
Unfortunately, when you're on the council, it doesn't.
Well,
and
you
I was
were
on
once
your
up here
He is the
before.
model of that. So, just keep it real.
I'm not a model. Can you stop bothering the citizen?
You work for the borough. You work not the police department, not the Democrats. You are not here to do favors for your friends. You are not here to accept favors. And I have plenty in my files about that.
Me too. How about you?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But you'll be getting an Oprah request for all of that.
That's good.
And since you've admitted that you have it, you're going to need to produce it.
I can tell you right now, if you want.
I'm going to get out here at some point.
I can tell you right now, Lauren, if you want.
What are you telling Lauren?
Let her tell her.
What are you telling?
I haven't gotten any favors. All I've gotten is violation of my rights.
Go ahead, make up something
And
good.
ignoring of
knocking
complaints.
on doors as a shade tree committee representative and being political. I have many residents coming to me and telling me about that, Lauren.
That I have not
So,
done.
All right,
yes.
can you give us some context?
Okay.
Can you give us some context?
Yes, the letters that you sent out also.
Which letters?
On your behalf as the planning board representative as well. I have many residents coming to me about that as well.
I have
So-
not sent any residents.
Council,
You know what? I'll send it out to
I sent it
everyone.
out.
Councilwoman Park, just go ahead and send that to us.
To send out personal letters just like everyone else, just like you did
Video
this
speaks for
campaign.
itself. That's all I gotta say.
Well, is it the
Every
vid-
time you're up here, all you do is bash us.
So what letter are you talking about, Councilwoman Park? I'm
You got the
not...
letter. I already gave you a copy.
Which
I'm
one?
pretty sure.
He doesn't have a right to ask you or cross-examine me either, so don't worry.
I thought you were a
And
dentist.
it's quite clear from what we've seen so far that we're going to have a repeat of what we had the last time in the Democratic control, violations of the rights of people who aren't their friends and taking their favors by Democrats. And unfortunately, we will have litigation. I've lived here for almost 40 years. Last year, I did something I had never done before. I sued the borough.
Yeah, you lost.
Those of you may remember.
You lost.
No, actually, I won. 3 of you were not permitted to vote on issues. 1 of you was not permitted
That's
to
not
vote
true.
on 1 issue. 2 of you were not
That's not
permitted
true.
to vote on 2.
That is not
Speak for
true.
themselves. Speak for themselves.
That is
Yes,
not true.
and if it went
I
back
was
to
in
the
And so
court.
does Judge Farrington.
I was in court when the judge decided on that.
Anybody else wishing to be heard? Yes.
I always come to these meetings, and I say, I'm not going to say anything. Karen Geiger, 270 Alfred Street. Today, this morning, what I first want to do is congratulate Ms. Sabari. And I want to congratulate you on behalf of the residents of Englewood Cliffs. And I want to make a comment in my capacity as president of EC for Responsible Government. You will be a loss to our organization because in the 2 years that you served with me on the board,
I'm sorry, which organization are you now part of?
I am president of EC for Responsible Government.
That's different than the Cliffs News.
I Am the Cliffs is our publication. Please stop interrupting me.
Who's the,
Please stop interrupting me. It's my
I just want to
turn
get
at the mic.
context for what you're saying.
Ms. Sabari,
No, we don't speak that.
what I want to say is that the thing that you have most given to us in the organization and shared with us is your commitment to serve the entire community, and your commitment and your caring for the entire community, and you've instilled in us and inspired us as we wrote Eye on the Cliffs, the fact that we have to communicate what is going on in our government to all the residents, and I thank you for that, and we will continue.
So how does that work? A political organization has a nonpartisan newsletter?
You are not here
How does
to
that work?
question me. I am here right now to
So it's
speak.
smoke and mirrors, right?
It's my turn. We are not in court. It is my turn at the podium. Secondly, the misrepresentations of you, Mayor Kranjak, continue.
And everybody's
At the
talking bad things about
At the
me.
last meeting, I corrected you for the umpteenth time that
What
I
number is
am
that?
not a plaintiff in the affordable housing litigation.
You're an intervener.
I am an intervener in a separate and distinct litigation.
And costing this
which
town a
is
lot of money.
Which is a litigation against the planning board for its failure to act reasonably, responsibly, and in compliance with the MLUL in discharging its responsibilities, and when it turned down Normandy's application for a corporate building. So this is a different, distinct, separate transaction and should not be confused. None of the plaintiffs I am an intervener in that. I was approved by the court as an intervener, and I am doing that personally. And if it is costing the borough money to separately deal with my complaints, that is the borough's decision.
Will you reimburse us?
That is the borough's decision.
Because it is frivolous, what you're
And there
doing.
is another lawsuit by Mrs. McMorrow against the borough seeking damages. So let's not talk about what is really costing this borough money. On another item, the tapes. You have chastised Eye on the Cliffs for not taking the position on the tapes. The fact of the matter is that the tapes are not yet public. We have not, excuse me, I have the floor, and you're in the audience, and you should listen. The tapes are not yet public.
All right.
The tapes
We're all
are
listening.
not yet public.
However, I should note, though, you've put in probably 1,000 Oprah requests, and on these tapes, you have no Oprahs. You don't want to know, because Eye on the Cliffs doesn't want to know the truth. You won't condemn racism.
Once again-
You've had many opportunities.
once again-
So condemn racism in general, right now.
Once
Go ahead.
again, you have your own narrative.
Condemn it, right now.
Once again, you have your own narrative, and I'm not going to fall into your narrative. It is my turn to speak.
You can't condemn racism?
I have the floor.
You can't condemn
This is
racism, can you?
not about my personal feelings. This is about a narrative that you have spewed. And the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office has these tapes. The Attorney General's Office has these tapes, according to you, and they have chosen to do nothing.
Well, let's do this.
When
I invite you to
get
listen
these-
to them with me. You and I will sit down.
I already said that when those tapes, I said this last
They're
week,
here. They're done.
when those
They're
tapes
public.
are available to the public,
They're available.
I will come and listen to all of them. I will commit whatever time is necessary to hear personally the 120 tapes.
I am offering to
But
sit
I
with
will
you.
not take anyone's interpretation of what is on those
No,
tapes.
you know why? 'Cause
Before
racism is
I
racism.
hear them
If there's no
myself.
interpretation, it's
There
wrong.
is an interpretation because everything is in context. Everything is how it is said. And I have heard the courts, I have been to court, I listened to Judge Perez Frisha on the 5th of October, talk about these tapes, and the borough said that these tapes were not yet public at that time. The borough said...
They're public.
The borough said, as represented by the borough attorney, that these tapes first became public selectively in mid-August, and that there was a process of going through them. But more significantly, I was in court when Judge Farrington voted to release the tapes and made them public. And what you're not saying is that the borough had an attorney there who was fighting against the release of the tapes. Let's understand...
Now, let's be clear. The
what-
borough attorney was fighting to keep attorney-client privilege matters
No,
privileged.
No.
And to
the
keep
borough
HIPAA and
attorney
employee
stated
information.
That those tapes were privileged.
I've always said I want it publicly released.
You were not there. And...
You're mischaracterizing, and you're lying again.
Judge Farrington said, what Judge Farrington
You're lying
said...
again.
What Judge Farrington said when she ordered the borough to release the tapes, except those that were attorney-client privileged, was that the borough can't have it both ways. You can't argue that the tapes are privileged and at the same time use them selectively to discipline employees.
So-
They are either
so you're right.
privileged or they're not. And
No, there's parts of them that-
you use them
You're wrong. You're wrong.
as a public document.
There are some parts that are
She
privileged,
said
and most
that
parts
you
are not.
use them as a public document selectively, and now they are public.
I want them
So
all out. I want them all out. And I'm actually inviting you to sit with me, and we can listen to them together if you want.
Mayor Krantak, I
Come
prefer to
come-
listen to them myself.
We can listen to them together.
Your remarks, I am going to hear...
Well, maybe what we should do is have a
for
public
myself.
listening. We just come in here, and we'll have a weekend, we'll do all sit. Why don't we do that?
As I said...
You guys want that? You guys all right with that? We'll all come here, and we'll all listen to them. Katie, you're invited.
Excuse me. I do have the floor still, despite your rude interruptions. I will listen to them myself, and I will make my own judgments, and I welcome anyone who wants to listen to them, to come and listen to them, or to Oprah them, and to listen to them. But right now, as I understand it, Counselor, have you submitted the Vaughn Index to the court?
Not yet.
Well, we can't even begin this process because you were directed by the court to prepare a Vaughn Index.
They're working on it with the trace.
Excuse me, there was a 7-day period by the court to submit them, and until the court receives them and determines what indeed is still privileged, no one can listen to the tapes.
That's not accurate. There's so many tapes that have been released. And by the way, I understand that after that court hearing, you were in the hallway with the plaintiff and his attorney. I look forward to learning more about that conversation because it all seems coordinated. Anybody else wishing to be heard?
Coordinated to release the tapes?
Well, how about condemning racism in general? Can you do that? Just in general, can you do that? I do it every day, every time I see it. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. And you can't do it. I never lie. All right, we're back to the always. Let's disagree well. Yes.
Maria Valari, 45 Jane Drive. You know, I've been sitting here listening to all the speeches going on by everybody, and what really has impressed me is that we've had Debbie Fair get up here and proud on how in all the 40 years that they've been involved in politics, how they made sure that no affordable housing came to Englewood Cliffs. When it could, that's what you said, that you prided yourselves. Okay. I don't want to discuss it. My time, I didn't interrupt you. Okay.
I'm not a public official.
You worked for this town, and you...
You're out of order, Ms. Fair.
You were an
Ms. Fair,
employee
why don't you
of this
leave and
town.
calm down and come back? Come back.
I'm sick and tired.
Well, you don't have the floor.
Attacked as an audience member. I'm not an
Well, you ought to just leave, cool off, and come back and stop waving your finger. All right, okay.
Can I continue? Okay. So what I'm saying is that the Parisi regime, which Ms. Fair was a big part in, from way back,
What do you know about me?
this is ridiculous.
All right, why don't you wait? What? All right, let's go into
Did I attack you while you
recess.
were standing up here?
Yes, I heard
Okay.
you.
I don't think anyone's ever been thrown out of a reorg meeting, and I'm not going to be...
Oh, my God. Anyway, what I'm just trying to say is that, and since I've been here 30 years, we could have taken care of the affordable housing situation. It would have been a nothing for this town. And now we're facing some detrimental changes in this town, simply because the Democrats who ran this town for 40 years did nothing about it. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. You were an employee of this town. You are privileged to know so...
Can you stop us there? You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor. You do not have the floor. You're upsetting the baby up here. You're upsetting the very cute baby up here. Okay, stop howling at the moon. Please stop howling at the moon.
What you're doing is detrimental.
Okay, listen, lighting your hair on fire from the back row is not going to get your point across. You could write me a letter, it'd be fine. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Valari.
Okay. So, I mean, there were a lot of wrongdoings. They were pandering to their little people who didn't want affordable housing in this town. We could have simply have had 4 units. That's all we could have, it would have satisfied everything. Instead, the Democrats have kicked it down the road for 40 years, and now we're facing a situation...
Okay, all right, please.
I'm not having a conversation.
No, just, she needs to be respectful, which she could attack if she wants.
No, she can't attack an audience member.
I'm not attacking anybody.
She's attacking an issue.
Not an elected.
She isn't attacking an issue. You are attacking a person. That's different.
Not attacking a person.
Let's attack issues, people, not people. All
She has to be quiet.
right, let's hold up for a minute. Ms. Fair's got to extinguish her emotion.
Okay.
Listen, folks, if you're gonna sit there, you can't be screaming out of your seats. It's just indecorous.
As a resident of this town, I'm insulted with what has been going on in this town. I was never involved. I stayed out of the whatever issues were going on, and I'm really upset that the Democrats did not protect me as a resident. I'm talking for me and every other resident who is worried about what's happening to Englewood Cliffs right now. All I'm trying to say is, if it had been addressed, this law went into effect, 1982, 70-something? We're in 2018, and the Democrats in this town, who controlled this town for 40 years, did nothing, zero, and you get up here every meeting and attack, when this situation is now fallen in everybody's laps in this town. We're all in it together. This isn't Democrat and Republican issues. This is a town issue. And instead of getting up here time and time again and attack, why don't we talk about some solutions? Why don't we try to get together and say, how do we resolve this as a community, instead of attacking, oh, it's because the planning board didn't do this, it's because that, well, you know what? It's because you Democrats did nothing. End of story. Okay.
Why?
Whatever. Ms. Geiger, she wants to hear in one context. I'm referring to a statement that was made. I am not attacking Ms. Geiger. Let's get that clear.
Let's attack issues, not people.
The question is, these 120 tapes could be Oprah'd. Anybody who wants to Oprah them can. Okay? I believe so. If I'm wrong,
But it's not
tell me.
available right now. She doesn't have them.
Why not?
It's not available.
Because they're being held by the borough attorney.
The mayor couldn't get them either.
Okay, so all I want to say about the tapes...
I'm really counting on the clerk on this one to stop delaying and get those out to us. I have an Oprah that's coming up on 7 days, and I
With
want
all due
those...
respect, Mayor, please don't point the finger. I have nothing to do with the tapes. I want them released just as much as you do, and I want to prove my innocence. Why don't you direct your questions to the borough attorney?
I'm
who's holding the
directing my
tapes?
attention
Thank you.
to both of you. You know, as a municipal clerk, I expect fair and free elections, and if you're supposed to be non-political in your job...
Don't go there.
You're on tape being political.
That's right.
Can
You're
I
on tape being
finish?
political.
Really?
I wanted to respond to Ms. Geiger's remark about that you need to listen to the context of the tapes. I don't know about you, but when a man is talking about sexual acts with employees of the town who are getting paid by us taxpayers, and we're going to forgive this because, it was a joke maybe, or he didn't mean it. From what I understand and from what I know about these tapes, there is so much wrongdoings on these tapes, and I'm talking about the police situation right now. I don't know any other issues. That's all I can make reference to. And as soon as they're available, I will Oprah those tapes because I want to hear them. To excuse somebody, to demean somebody's race, to demean sexual contact directed at women, and for you people to sit up there and think that it's okay to forgive something like that, I think you're living in a twilight zone, because that's not what's going on in this country. I don't know if you look at the news and see what is happening to people who say the slightest thing about a woman, and yet you're all okay. We're talking about a woman and what kind of sex that person is getting. I hope I'm not on those tapes, but if I am, guess what? You're getting sued for that, because this police chief is out of control simply because he's been given carte blanche to do whatever he wants. Nobody oversees him. He's untouchable. And you are making him untouchable. And I hold you guys responsible for that. And I hope that when the voting comes up, you do not vote, because you are conflicted in that. You have benefited by their support of your campaigns. And I hope that you will stand up for what's right, and not vote on something that you have no right to vote on because you benefited. You benefited. You're sitting up there because people got letters from the PBA and the police and whoever that made everybody else look bad except you guys. And you should be ashamed of yourself and not so proud about sitting up there right now. As a resident, I'm disgusted. As a former employee, I was told by the former Mayor Parisi that when I made a complaint, one complaint about something, I was told that Borough Hall was Lizette's house. And what Lizette did, it was right by him. Hearsay. Okay. It's hearsay, people. But I was there, Lizette was there, Janice Romano was there, everybody that worked in Borough Hall. And by the way,
No,
Dr.
actually, if
Bancroft,
he said that to you, it's not hearsay.
he did say it to me. He did say it to me and to everybody present. Lizette, not personal, but you know what? When I was up there, you people treated me like dirt. Dirt. You were rude. You tried to cause problems. You had parties and excluded me. I mean, you guys were the worst human beings that I have ever met at a job. Okay, and I'm glad I'm not there anymore. And as far as Oprah's, I think that when something comes in that has to do with any public anything, it should be open. It should not be judged to be deemed that it's going to be too hurtful. Nothing is too hurtful, and we need to hear it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to be heard? Yes.
I would really like to
That's fine, wait.
have the opportunity to cut Councilman O. I said I'm waiting for Councilman O to come back from search.
Marty, grab that door. Marty, grab that door. Thank you. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a 10-minute recess, because other people need to go to ladies' room, and then we'll wait for Councilwoman O to come back, okay? We're in recess. Where's the Di Gregorio gavel?
He brought it home.
Stuck it himself over there. Right. All right, we're coming out of recess. A resident had the floor. Okay, I'm going to ask the people in the foyer to remain silent.
Carol McMorrow, 489 Summit Street. Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate Jimmy Song, Debbie Sabari. I wish you well. I hope that you will always do the right thing. I hope you will always vote your conscience. I hope when the matters are presented before you, and there are going to be difficult votes always when you're up on a council. There's a tremendous... Oh, sorry about that. I don't know that it's working.
It is.
Okay. It's a great time to be elected to the governing body. It's an honor. And it's a happy day for you and your family today, I'm sure. And, while today is a reorg and it's, this is all the fun stuff, after that, then you're gonna get to work. And, it's very different. I said this the last time. It's very different when you are sitting back there and you're sitting up here and you get to see the interaction and you watch, the interaction. There will be political pressure placed on you by the members that sit in that back row. Because I'm going to
Mr.
start by
Moans,
one
Ms.
thing.
Fair,
Okay,
you must remain silent.
I'm going to start by one thing, and I'm going to address this to I'm
going to have to ask you to leave. And I don't want to do that. And for people at home, I don't do this unless there's a disruption in our meeting, and we can't do the borough's
my
business.
statement maker, and I'm going to ask the entire council, Democrats and Republicans, that when anyone comes up to this microphone and they are making a statement, they're making a statement. They're not attacking a person, they're attacking an issue, okay? And we are allowed to come up here and speak, and we should not feel... Ms. Sabari, I remember when you came up here, you said you don't want to feel badgered, intimidated, harassed when you come up to the mic. I remember you're on tape saying that. Okay. You are now sitting here, they have not stopped them. There's a group, and I'm not going to mention names, I'm not here to do that. But it's okay for any of us, on both sides, whatever side you're on, and if you're on no side, to come up here and voice your opinion on an issue. You don't have to agree with us, but we are entitled to have that opportunity to share our views without the constant badgering. It's not okay. And for any of you to continually sit up there and allow this to happen, the interaction between Deborah Fair and Maria Valari, it should have been stopped by not the mayor, any one of you. You just should have stopped it. And if any one of ours, meaning, Republicans, well, I'm a registered Republican, it's okay, I'm proud of it. There are some things that I agree with, and there's some things I don't. You could say to me, listen, don't speak out. I respect that, you have a right to. But you have to do that. We need to try and bring back some normalcy here. Okay, before I speak, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to mention names to put anybody on the spot. There were certain individuals that are registered Democrats that, I'm not going to call them Democrats, I'm going to say they are registered Democrats, that came up and thanked me for my service. Okay? That's the right thing to do. I gave almost 3 years on my second term of doing that. I didn't hear one of you, Gloria, Ed, Ellen, I carried the load for all of you. For 3 years, you didn't do your jobs, okay? Just say thank you. You don't have to like me, but we're here to work together for the town. And we're here to do a service. I'm sure Assemblyman Johnson, and by the way, Valerie told me on the way out that you forgot to bring a plaque for me. She said,
blamed me.
Of course. But she said, listen, Carol, it was an oversight. Call my office. I'm going to get you a plaque. It's just the right thing to do.
Take care of that.
I know you will. Thank you. And I appreciate that. And it was an oversight. And move on. So I'm going to just remind you all, please, if you hear this yelling, just stop it, because we're coming up here because we believe that the issues we're talking about are important. Just like when, I know Mr. Song, you didn't come up and speak that much, that was your personal choice. But Ms. Sabari came up to the mic a lot. She had things that she wanted to speak about. She had that right. She had that right to speak. If we hear something that a resident says that we don't agree with, we can get up then and say, I heard what Mrs. Geiger stated. I don't agree with that for X, Y, and Z reasons. Or I heard what Ms. Fair said. I don't agree with it for X, Y, Z reasons. It doesn't make me right and her wrong. It just, I'm stating my opinion. So I'm hoping, I just want to get that out of the way. I'm hoping that we can maybe have some civility coming back. Gloria, I saw the way you grabbed those papers from his hand right there. That was really improper. If you wanted him to give them back to you, you should have just said, Mayor, please give them back to me. But it was almost an assault the way you grabbed them from him. And I'm not... Tom, I don't really find that funny. You did not see what I saw in that doorway. It was an improper action.
It's okay.
I'm moving
Carol,
on.
Carol, it's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Morfesis, you do not have the floor. You do not have the floor.
I'm not...
You do not have the floor. My meeting, my floor. You don't have the floor.
That manner, the manner of how it was yanked out of his hands that way, just say, Mayor, may I please have those papers back, or whatever. This has got to stop.
It's okay. It's okay. Gloria could get violent. I will never get violent.
Okay, I just have to, okay, so, I do need to, I feel I need to, for the record, just state a couple of things that I heard that are factually incorrect. I wasn't able to come to the December 31st council meeting, special meeting, but I did watch the tape. And I'm not going to reference anything in the first hour. It was the last 16 minutes that was probably, I mean, there's not much that really shocks me, but the behavior from Ellen, Ed, Gloria, your statements, it caused me to do a little research on minutes, because you made statements of how you cannot carry over from a special meeting over to a signed time. Well, I was at the December 21st meeting, so was Debbie Fair, so was Joe Parisi, 2009.
No, I wasn't.
December 20...
You didn't hear her, and you're interrupting.
Okay, this can't happen.
Different meeting, Ms. Fair.
You're interrupting, so you can't hear her. What was the date again, Ms. McMorrow?
I brought a copy of me. It was 2009. It was the first time that I was on council. It was the December 21st. In fact, Ed Aversa was at that meeting. He sat right across from me. I was actually sitting in the audience. He told me I did not earn my seat at that council table yet, and I had to wait until I was sworn in January 6th. Okay, so,
So that's petty, but let's move on.
it was, no. Yes, you did.
I don't
Yes.
recall it.
You absolutely said, yes. It doesn't matter. The point is, it was a special meeting. It was to talk about RFQs. And, it was recessed, and then the minutes reflect. It was carried over from the special meeting to the signed die, when we had the signed die. So, I understand that maybe people are feeding you facts. You need to check your sources. And Ed, but Ed, you said that you're not allowed to do it.
Correct.
Okay, well then, but you did it, and it was
But
okay.
2009 is 10 years ago. I didn't know that
Doesn't
then. I know it
matter.
now. So what, am I supposed to stay stupid because I didn't learn anything? I mean, really? I made
think
one
that's
mistake.
funny?
I don't make it twice. That's why.
Listen, you said it, not me, but go ahead.
Well, I didn't, you're saying it's a mistake, I'm saying it was allowed. It was...
Exactly. I didn't know. Now I
All
know.
right, look, it was no big deal. We had our signed die. We didn't do any official business.
Right? So it's okay.
And you guys fight me every inch of the way, even for normal things like a signed die. Fine, it's just fine.
And then your subject matter moved on to the passing of the October 10th audio, the minutes, which you stated a vote was taken. I was in the audience at that meeting. No vote was taken. There was a motion, and there was a second. In fact, Ed, you made the motion to dismiss all charges against Chief Chaffee without having any knowledge of what's on the tapes, without having any knowledge of what was done or said, okay? Your reason was that you don't want to spend any more money. That was your reason. So if we go with what your reason is, then we should also get rid of the court, because then no resident should get a ticket, no one should be
That's up for
charged with
discussion,
anything.
isn't it?
We should know, what there shouldn't be, if your attitude is that, which clearly shows that you're already conflicted. But but you're making a decision,
Hey, you are.
you're a lawyer, you're making a decision without hearing the facts, okay? So, the difference is, my videotape was on longer than Lizette's, okay? There was no vote, guys. You're all lying.
There was a vote.
There was no vote.
It's okay.
You did not vote.
Anyway,
Okay, it's on tape.
Diane,
You
thank
did not
for your
vote. So,
one-sided
Lizette, I don't know what you wrote in your minutes. If you wrote that a vote was taken,
Well, like I said, there's a lot of corruption on this dais.
what you guys, the video doesn't lie. Okay. So I just wanted to address that about the minutes and whatever was done. Next, Ms. Geiger, I was in court that day also. I find it interesting that Ms. Geiger, who is supposed to be nonpartisan, arrived with the Democratic chairperson of the Englewood Cliffs Democratic Party, who is the sister of Chief Shockey, who is facing disciplinary charges. I just find that very interesting, and I'll leave it at that. What Judge Farrington did say was that, and I agreed with Judge Farrington's rulings, had I known that we could have got them through Oprah, I would have filed an Oprah lawsuit months ago. We were told by the federal court judge that we had to follow that procedure, and the mayor and I followed the procedure that the lawyers, JIF lawyers, and that the judges were telling us. So I'm glad the tapes were released, and I appreciate that it's a tedious process of having to go through those tapes. I wasn't aware we're allowed to go to Borough Hall and listen to all of them. I thought, I put an Oprah request in, and if the procedure is different when people are going to Borough Hall, I mean, I'm not aware of
No, there are a number of Oprahs that have been received.
that. Right.
An initial response went out to 3 Oprah requesters yesterday, itemizing the tapes that are clearly able to be released. We haven't quite figured out, I was going to do that today, how to transmit the actual tapes. Whether they need to go on a link on the website to be clicked on,
Right.
or Dropbox, whatever that is, upload and
Right.
download, or CD-ROM or flash drive.
Right.
We're still trying to figure out.
Right.
In addition, to the point of the Vaughn Index, obviously Judge Farrington didn't order the borough to do anything with respect to a Vaughn Index for the current Oprahs. Okay?
Correct.
She said, when there is a decision on attorney-client privilege, that lawyer or the borough needs to do a Vaughn Index, and the 2 lawyers in that lawsuit are in fact communicating to each other to put an order together, as Judge Farrington suggested, to work out the details if the borough needed more time. So that's in that lawsuit.
Right.
In the meantime, we have Oprah requests.
Right.
And some of them are almost 7 business days, but not quite. And then we have more Oprah requests. So the first step we took was I identified clearly what is not attorney-client. And I gave an itemized list. These tapes are going to go. You'll get them as soon as we figure out method of delivery, which should happen today or tomorrow. The second point is, okay, there's items that are clearly attorney-client and will be put on a Vaughn Index to each individual Oprah requester and a Vaughn Index by the attorney defending the borough in the Tracy lawsuit. In addition, there's a second set of tapes that are marked attorney-client in the federal lawsuit, which I have to individually make a decision, do they fit under attorney-client for purposes of Farrington's decision?
Right.
That has to be made. There's about 8 of those.
Right.
Then, there is a set of tapes that talk about potential confidential personnel information, confidential HIPAA information, and confidential internal affairs. Potentially. Judge Farrington was asked specific, under Oprah, those don't go. under Attorney General guidelines, IAs don't go, or conversations about the contents of an investigation. Judge Farrington, when she made her ruling that everything except attorney-client would go, was questioned. What about personnel? What about IA? Because I'm sitting in the audience
Yeah, I was there.
as borough attorney, concerned about the borough, giving the information. The judge specifically said, my ruling is attorney-client privilege.
Correct.
That puts the borough in a difficult position with about 4 or 5 conversations on certain things. That's all I'm going to say, because no decision has been made on those.
No, I understand, and I said it's a tedious task.
The tapes are going to be the first,
Please say that I don't have anything.
no, for the record.
I want to say that to the 4 Oprah requesters that are sitting here today. I do not have the tapes. I have not heard them, other than what the both of you have played in public or on Facebook. I am not possession in any tapes. I'm not possession of any warrant index. I'm not in possession of any Excel spreadsheet describing any tape. Once the borough attorney concludes her work with these tapes, she will provide them to me, I guess, in a CD, and I will provide them to the requesters. That's it. I don't have
I just want to, I was there. It was a very short hearing. I thought the judge, I'm sorry to disagree with you, and I understand you represent the borough. I can understand your wanting to be very careful and cautious, and I respect that. I listened to all of the tapes. Probably at a minimum of 2 times.
In the Chaffee case.
I'm a named defendant in the Chaffee case, yes. I cannot say that I remember hearing, and I'm going to go back and listen to the 4 or 5 that I think may be in question. I don't believe that there is any attorney-client privilege in there. I don't remember hearing legal advice being given. A conversation with a lawyer does not make it an attorney-client privilege designation. And I take offense to, whether it's Englewood Cliffs or any other municipality, hiding behind that attorney-client privilege if there's embarrassing conversations. Are there conversations that are very embarrassing? Are there conversations that are crossing the line to other things? I mean, I'm not the person to decide what charges are, what's criminal, what's not criminal. That's not my position. I'm not going to state that. Did I hear things that are shocking to the core? Absolutely correct. That doesn't make them fall under the attorney-client privilege designation, number 1. Number 2, the AG guidelines is very clear, and I've read them from cover to cover, on internal affairs, because in this borough, it seems that you have to be versed in that subject matter. Unfortunately, conversations that may lead up to an internal affairs does not, and that's already been, there's a case law on this. That's already been proven. That does not make it part of the internal affairs file, okay? What leads up to it? Just like if a police report is written, and then an internal affairs comes out of that police report, the initiating police report does not become confidential. It's everything else that happens after that. But unfortunately, what I'm finding from Oprah requests that I'm putting in, those designations are being placed on Oprah's, and I don't know where the clerk is getting that information from, but there are designations being placed on Oprah's on requests for those types of subject matter that causing them to be denied, that they should not be denied on, and that's another issue that this council is going to have to look at on how you're handling your Oprahs and how you are truly through Oprah withholding. I'm going to ask you to please withholding information from the public. Okay, so that's something that this council as a whole, you got 1, 2, 3, you're going to have 4 lawyers out of 7, okay? I'm not counting the borough attorney, I'm talking as elected officials. You guys need to get this right, okay? This is a real simple thing. Oprah is very simple. And we should not be having residents, reporters, anyone wait. It's up to 7 days. I put an Oprah request in for the policy and procedure manual. I should have got that the next day, okay? I shouldn't wait
The new
till...
one?
Right, I shouldn't wait. Yes, by law, is it up to and including 7 days? Yeah, but you shouldn't do that, okay? If it's a simple Oprah request, just give them. Just give it. Don't wait, because you can wait till 7 days. Wait till 7 days. It's just not a good practice. I'm sorry, Lizette. It's not right. We have a habit of doing that, and it's wrong, okay? That's...
Well, obviously, the tapes don't fall into
I'm not talking about...
a simple request.
I clarified it. I said if it is a simple
Yeah.
request,
Yeah.
and that's my statement there. I wanted to just reference, I heard somebody mention something about bylaws. Are you guys trying to change the bylaws?
No,
No.
we're not changing.
You're not changing the bylaws. Okay, because for those of you...
No, they are, they just handed them to
We're
me.
adopting the new bylaw, not changing.
We're not-
Okay, well...
No, adopting is, once you have bylaws, you're amending and replacing the old one, so it's an amendment.
If I may, in 2010, Fred Semero was the borough attorney. I was on the council, Robert Grester was the council president. Mrs. Walker is here. Isla Walker, was on the dais with us. I don't know if you have the audio tapes of that, I'm sure you must have the minutes. We attempted to introduce, new bylaws at our reorg meeting for 2010, and we were told we were not allowed to do it. So I cautioned this council, and I listened, we deferred to what, Councilor Walker was saying at the time, and we had the council majority. Okay, it was 4-2. Joe Parisi was here, he knows.
Want the real story, or...
No, I know the real story, Joe. Whether you're gonna tell the real story or not is another thing. I know the real story.
You know your story.
It's not my story, we tried to introduce, new bylaws, and we were told that we couldn't just introduce new bylaws. If anything of that type of a substance, you had to advertise to the public, you should advertise to the public, you should let them know what types of changes you're attempting to make to the government, you should make that publication, put it in the newspaper, and go through that entire process, and allow the public to know what the bylaws will be the laws of governing this town. That's a very serious thing that you are attempting to change. And you're telling me that you're just showing up at a reorg meeting, attempting to pass this out and just change it? That's no better than what you did, Ed, in 2012, when you guys gained the majority. Joe Parisi was the mayor, and when I came as the lone Republican, sitting in the same seat that Bill Wu is sitting in, and you had the, dissolving the Board of Adjustment with no knowledge, no advertisement to the public, nothing, just slipped it right through. Okay, so let's not talk about transparency. I've been around a long time. I've seen all of the actions by what you've done and tried to slip it through.
Well, that's not slipping through. We'll have a vote and move forward.
Well, could I just clarify?
Changing.
But, go ahead and finish, and I want to ask them.
Hold on, first, the public hasn't had a right to look at them. It's not advertised, it may not be legal. You're looking to cause additional losses. That's what you're doing. You can't just change, you should not be changing government law, okay? Listen, you guys have the power of the vote. When you get sued, if you get sued about whatever you do, don't say you weren't warned. I'm letting you know now, in 2010, it wasn't done. Yeah. Okay. I finally did get the personnel policy. This is the new one. You all got it, obviously, before I did, because you voted on it, you adopted it. I'm assuming, well, not the two of you, because you didn't get it, you should get a copy of this right away. I'm going to read you the pertinent part here that I think is so important. Did the three of you read the new personnel policy? No? Okay.
I don't recall getting it.
I think you voted on it at the December meeting? Was that?
Yeah.
You voted.
Maybe June.
No.
You voted in December.
It was, you had requested, you requested a red line copy, that's what she's
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, sorry, I did read it.
Okay, you read it. Okay, Gloria?
Yeah.
You read it? Ed?
I remember the red line copy.
You read it? Okay. All right, so this is the one that's adopted December 2018. Under the general personal policy, it says, as a general principle, the borough has a quote-unquote no tolerance, end quote, policy towards workplace wrongdoing. That's right there, unfortunately. And I believe that most of this stuff was also in the copy that, the old copy, thank you, James, okay. So then, on page 10, there's a general anti-harassment policy. And it says, it is the borough's policy to prohibit harassment of an employee by another employee. Harassment of non-employees by our employees is also prohibited. While it is not easy to define precisely what harassment is, it includes slurs, epithets, threats, derogatory comments, unwelcome jokes, teasing, caricatures, representations of persons using electronically or physically altered photos. If an employee is witnessed to or believed to have experienced harassment, immediate notification of the department head or other appropriate person should take place. See the employee complaint policy. Violation of this harassment policy will subject employees to disciplinary action up to and including immediate discharge. This is your policy and procedures manual. I believe it's the policy of the borough to have all employees sign off on it and date that they've received. I believe that the police officers have also received copies of employee manuals. And there's also the same portion there for sexual harassment and sexual comments, which goes into the slurs.
And workplace violence.
Okay. It is outrageous to sit here and listen to the flippant actions, watch, of dismissing all charges on, you have not even listened to these tapes yet. You don't even know what you're talking about, okay? I know Tony a long time, he's been a neighbor for a very long time, okay? To him, quality of life is looking at boards on Joe Chaffee's building. To me, quality of life is not having police officers referencing anal sex with me. That's not a quality of life. It's not a quality of life to have a police officer carrying a gun saying he wants to kill me. I don't find it funny, and I really am offended by every resident, many of them that I consider friends, that are not Republicans, that I still respect, to try and, he's retiring, let him go. No, that's not right. Do we let murderers go because they're 80 years old if you find out that they were a murderer? How do you do that? You have rules. Tony, I'm really going to ask you to refrain and not make a joke. Okay, then really, I respect you.
Mr. Morfessa, stop.
I respect you. Please. It is not a quality of life to have that happening and for all of you to be condoning that type of behavior. And I just want to know, have any of the disciplinary hearings been scheduled yet? Can we have an update on that? Does anybody know an update on it?
I have information. I've of course conversed with the various attorneys, and I haven't discussed with the council yet. I haven't had a closed session to give them that. So I really...
Well, why don't you say whatever you can, because they don't...
There is no date yet, but they're working towards a pending date.
This borough has been made aware and has been aware of this since January of last year. A full year has gone by.
Okay.
A full year has gone by.
I understand. The tapes were not available to the borough on a limited basis until mid to late August of...
The borough chief attorneys had copies of it, and if they withheld them from you, that has nothing to do with anybody else.
I am aware of that.
Okay.
We all know that there is a federal discovery confidentiality order, and we all know that the judge at some point said, if there is action that needs to be taken by the borough with respect to the contents of the tape, the borough can do so.
I know, but respectfully, Judge Farrington clearly taught the federal judges that they're operable, which is what we have been saying all along, okay? And for anybody in the audience or elsewhere to say that we did not want those tapes released is outrageous, to be able to hear them. Because when I originally got those tapes, I wasn't even allowed to listen to them in my own home. I had to drive over an hour to Edison for 2 weeks straight to sit in a room with a set of headphones and listen to them, and then drive back home. Okay, so it's outrageous. This whole process and how those of us that are victims have been treated is just outrageous. It's outrageous. Ms. Moore, you have a daughter, you have a granddaughter. You would never want anybody to be speaking that way about your daughter or any family member. I wouldn't. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, I don't care what you are. It's just not right. And I don't care if it's the brother of your political party leader. It's not right. It's wrong. And I'm going to leave you with one sentence, which is going to be coming out on these tapes. The public will also finally be able to hear the conversations between Internal Affairs Officer Brian Murphy, Captain Brian Murphy, and Chief Chaffee regarding what appears to have been an open internal affairs. Let's get this straight. You're going to hear a tape, a conversation between Captain Brian Murphy, who's the Internal Affairs Officer, and Chief Chaffee, while it appears that there's an open internal affairs that Captain Murphy was investigating against my husband, retired Deputy Chief Michael McMorrow, and the outcome that they wanted. Okay? Including getting Senator Weinberg involved. I'm sure Gordon's still here somewhere. Okay. That's why she's not returning my calls. That's probably why she didn't come here today. The Attorney General guidelines are very strict about the handling of internal affairs. And clearly, many rules have been broken here. And I look forward for those tapes to be listened to and heard. And Mayor, I thought that was a great idea to hold a public meeting and play those tapes publicly and invite the entire town. That's what I suggest.
That's better than Ms. Geiger and I sitting together. We should do that, but also along those lines, what I think would be more efficient for the borough is after the recordings are released by the attorney to the clerk, which I know there's a list of all the ones that can go, because I got a letter yesterday, I received a letter yesterday from the clerk saying these are not privileged according to the attorney, and I have all those, so as far as I'm concerned, I have what I need. But I think what we should do is maybe create a link or a Dropbox account for the borough, so people could just access it from home and link to it, and I think that'll be more efficient, cost-effective, and just get it out in the open. And I think the best way for a community to heal from harm and injury is to just have that moment of, okay, we listened to it, and we're going to deal with it, and we're going to move on. So that's what I'd like to do there. In terms of the bylaws that Ms. McMorrow mentioned, I received a copy this morning as I walked in from, I forget who it was, I guess Gloria threw them at me or something. But anyway, they're a full set of bylaws that I received. There's 10 pages. And I'm looking at the former bylaws, and I know Ed's taken a position that we're not amending, we're just changing.
But Mayor,
Let me finish.
we could just introduce them.
So let me do this. So
We're introducing
let me
the
do
first
this.
reading
Just so,
today.
as an attorney would always do, whenever anyone wants to send me an amended bylaw, is always look to the previous bylaws to the amendment language. And in our current bylaws, the amended language in Article 8, Section 1, says the mayor or any member of the council may propose amendments to these bylaws at any regular meeting or adjourned regular meeting, which I'm not even sure what that means, but this is a reorg meeting, it's not a regular meeting, number one. Number two, these bylaws shall only be altered or amended by a two-thirds vote on a roll, you're an attorney, so you should probably listen to this also, by a two-thirds vote on a roll call taken at 2 successive regular meetings, or adjourned regular meetings of the council. So those are my points. I mean, look, if you want to change the bylaws, you have the votes, you could do it. Whoever wrote them, who wrote these? Who drafted them?
We all did.
You all did? Well, you actually proofread them and fix all the typos in them. I've been reading them as I'm up here, and it's an embarrassment. If you guys are attorneys and you're putting out work product like this, it's full of typos. So let's get our act together, whoever did this, fix them. So that's all I have to say now. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard? Okay, let's do the following. Let's have a motion to close the public portion, and then what I want to say is if anyone, this is going to go on for hours now, you're free to leave. I know as entertaining as this all is for everybody, but we're just going to get down into some business here in terms of appointments and...
Well, I would like to address the public.
Yeah, hold on, let me finish. You're free to leave. No one's going to be insulted if you go to lunch and come back even.
Can I go down?
Yeah, so, yes, Councilwoman Sabari. Yeah, we had the vote, we closed the public. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to... Is this working? Okay. So I just wanted to thank the residents of this town, my supporters, my friends, my family, for giving me the opportunity to serve Englewood Cliffs and serve all of the residents of Englewood Cliffs. That is my intention. I've been basically already labeled and accused of what my opinion is going to be going forward, but I can assure you that I will develop my own opinions and I will vote my conscience. I have not heard the tapes. Okay, I'm not privy to that. I am now. And I think I don't even have to open them. I think as a member of this council, I'll be able to listen to them without opening them. So that will happen. And whatever the appropriate action is what will happen. But we will do this as a council as a whole. And the hope is that going forward, these meetings, the civility that goes on here is it's like crazy. I mean, I've said it before from the other side. I don't think that anybody should address anybody in the public when they're speaking. I think that will really save all of us a lot of headaches. Because if you address a resident by name when you're trying to make your point and you're bringing them into the conversation, well, of course, they're going to start screaming out from the back. And that goes for both sides. If I turn around and address a Republican and I'm a Democrat and I say, and I address you by name, chances are you're going to get upset and you're going to holler out of order. Okay? So I think to try moving forward with these meetings that we should try to, go forward. I don't think we should ever forget the past, but I think we need to move forward. I think the best way to do that and to keep these meetings civil is to stop addressing people in the audience, in the public. I mean, audience seems like a weird word, but the public, the residents, because I don't care which side you're on, nobody should be up here putting you down or your opinions down. You can come up here, make your opinions, and we're going to listen. And I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen no matter who you are. But that being said, again, I want to thank those who did vote for me and who put their faith in me to do the right thing by this town, because that's what I will be doing. Thank you.
Councilman Song, would you like to add anything?
I just want to echo what Debbie was saying. First of all, thank you for taking the time to come out here, busy schedule. It's obvious that everyone here cares about the town, as we do. So, again, I'm going to have an open mind. I'm here for all the residents. Carol, thank you for your service. I didn't get a chance to talk to you because I was busy, but thank you for your service. And, please reach out to me. I'm here for all the residents. I am a Democrat, registered Democrat, but I'm here for everybody. So please reach out to me. I'll listen. I'll have an open mind. And I'm hoping that Debbie and I can, help. Again, I don't know a lot of stuff that's in the past. I know there's a lot of stuff in history that there may be some personal, battles, or I'm not involved in that. So hopefully you could view me as somebody that can sort of bridge, the two sides. I'm hoping. So, but thank you, everybody.
Councilman Wu, would you like to have the floor?
Yeah, just a couple words. Firstly, congratulations to Debbie and Jimmy. Happy New Year to everybody. I think I agree with Debbie, as it pertains to decorum at our meetings. We need to change that. I think we need to put some rules around it. If people are out of order, we just should, apply a rule that says we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We can't have police called at every single one of these council meetings. It's completely inappropriate. And but it's getting to the point where there were several meetings last year which just felt unsafe in the room. I want to thank Councilman Mark Park for his 3 years of dedication to Englewood Cliffs, and Councilwoman Mary O'Shea for filling in those final 3 important months for former Councilwoman and former Council President Carol McMorrow. Carol and Mark dedicated countless hours to this town, trying to make this place just a better place for all of our residents, to keep our residents apprised of what's going on. A lot of things were going on in the background. Also bringing in countless new events, activities for all of our residents to enjoy, whether it's young families, seniors, longtime residents, new residents. They really, handled everyone equally. Carol, in particular, dedicated numerous hours handling the affordable housing situation and the predicament we now have ourselves in after years and years of idleness and inaction. My hope is both Carol, Mark, and Mary as well, all 3 of you, continue to remain involved while at the same time enjoying some more family time. Thank you.
So the Roberts Rules of Order will remain unchanged. All standing committees are hereby dissolved. All special committees are hereby dissolved. All yearly appointments are hereby terminated. And that's in keeping with what we've done in the past. We have the bylaws of 2018 for 2019.
Point of order.
That's not how you make a point of order.
I make a point of order.
That's not how you make a point of order.
Tell us how then?
No, I'm not here to educate you. But you don't have the floor. That's not how you make a point of order.
Yes,
So
we always say point of order.
The appointments have been advertised for request for proposals through the fair and open process in accordance with...
Point of order.
That's not how you make a point of order.
May I be recognized? Is that what you want me to ask you?
No, that's not how you do it.
All right.
19:44A-20.4.
Can you videotape this? This is hilarious.
It is being videotaped.
Yes, no, the
And
reporters...
we already talked about the bylaws. I know you want to talk about them more.
Yeah.
And the
I make a
public
motion.
meeting laws. All proposals are given to the mayor for his review. You don't have the floor. We're following Robert's rules.
Please. I asked for point of order, you would not recognize me. I asked for permission to
Okay,
be
so
recognized, you would not recognize me.
you want to talk about
And
the
again,
bylaws that we have, and I just read to you the proper way of amending them, which is not at this meeting.
I'm making a motion. We can take a vote, and we can turn around and decide.
You
But right
can't
now,
reach
you
your
cannot-
existing bylaws.
You cannot stop me from making a motion or being recognized. That is,
At the appropriate time, you
this is a
could do that.
dictatorship. This is what I'm talking about.
Actually, it's not a dictatorship.
Yes, you're taking papers that are not yours, you're trying to...
Who handed them to me?
No, we handed it to the clerk.
You handed them to
You
the...
took it from her. It's on video.
Do you have your papers?
May I speak, please?
Yes.
Mayor, she asked for a point of order. She asked to be recognized. I understand your position on the bylaws, and I need an opportunity to speak to the members of the council. So, are you going to let her make the motion, or do you want me to just speak on the legality of proceeding with bylaw amendments?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, the mayor clearly said our current bylaws allow changes and amendments by vote of the majority in 2 successive regular meetings. This is not a regular meeting. You adopt regular meetings by the mayor and council vote. There are 12 meetings of the year. The reorg meeting is not a regular meeting. Now, for all intents and purposes, I understand you want to do this, and you can do it in 5 days at the January 10th meeting. You can also have the members of the public be properly advised. You can't make a motion to amend these bylaws when the public, it's not even on the agenda for this reorg meeting, with all due respect.
We do that all the time with others.
No.
We do.
This is a reorganization meeting.
This is exactly the corruption that I am fighting against.
I am not done, because I'm going to make a record, because if anyone wants to sue over an open public meetings act violation, it needs to be clear.
Okay.
You handed a set of amendments. You took the original bylaws and you added things to them. I do not see, I went through them during the...
Well, there's additions and there's deletions.
There's additions.
And there's...
It's a new ordinance, it's a new bylaw.
And there, you also have a couple of provisions. Again, I know you want to also terminate these, so I'm not going to be the borough attorney. I get that. There's a resolution for termination of me, and there's resolutions about 5 other people, again, not on the agenda and contrary to statute. When we get to those appointments, I will be telling you what the statute is that you're violating. The mayor has appointment authority for 30 days by statute, period.
Okay, so, look,
Time out. So, there is a holdover provision. You guys know this because the same thing happened in 2010 when Mayor Parisi was faced with a majority of Republicans. Everyone was denied appointment and everyone had a holdover. Why do you think that occurred? Because there is a state statute to that effect.
The council...
Okay, we'll get to that when we get to it.
Okay.
With respect to the bylaws, former councilperson McMorrow is absolutely accurate. These are the governing document of this body which governs this town. I don't know who that gentleman is in the back that's mouthing words, I guess to you guys, because you're the only one facing him. But if you would like to come in, sir, why don't you? Okay, thank you, because you're distracting. The point about this is a basic government document to govern this town. And while I appreciate that Democrats are in control now, and there's been an exchange of balance of power, you should not do things merely because you want to in a hurry. No one has actually decided, looked at this or given you advice, the whole mayor and council, of which there are 2 members that weren't included in this. I get that. 2 successive regular meetings. The bylaws shall only be altered or amended at 2 successive regular meetings. That also happened in 2010, and that's what the Republican majority withdrew from the reorg, and at the first meeting in January of 2010, put an amendment in, which, by the way, okay, that's it. Well, maybe I'm mistaken about the details. But I also want to tell you, you have not included 2 adopted amendments to these bylaws. So the 2 adopted amendments to the bylaws are still hanging out there. I guess you missed them. But regardless, they're part of the governing document. It is extremely important that members of the public be apprised of what you want to do. I am totally telling you that you should just put it on the agenda of the regular meeting for 5 days from now in January.
why don't you do that?
No, we're going to take a vote.
Well, what I'm saying is, you're going
I make, well, if you let me
hold on, you're going to get your bylaws no matter what, but why not just do it the right way?
because we feel that this is the right way.
Well, we're ignoring the existing amendment provisions.
This is the first reading. This is
No,
an
it's not a first
introduction.
reading.
It is.
No.
Right?
This is not an ordinance.
Okay. We're gonna take...
amend it later.
That's right, just like you do.
No, we don't do that.
You do. You guys come back all the time and say, we forgot something, we're gonna add it in.
These are the bylaws.
Anyway.
These are the bylaws. They are the basic governing document of this governmental body. You should not do this willy-nilly. That's all I'm saying. The other thing is, I'm not going to specifically go through, but you're clearly impeding on statutory authority given to the mayor in a borough form of government. You're clearly impeding on that. So it's not only a challenge, legal challenge that you're going to face with improper first reading, which is then going to affect your second reading, okay? Because there's going to be a lawsuit, and now you're not even going to have a first reading.
By who?
Whatever, everyone's going to sue everyone.
All right.
The second point about this, excuse me, the second point is it's not just a procedural issue that you have with these. You also have gone a bit too far in wanting to take away the mayor's governmental authority to be, excuse me, the CEO under state statute. You cannot suborn all of his power. You can do certain things, and I don't have a beef with most things that you're doing here, okay? All I'm saying to you is you are impeding on his statutory authority and his statutory duties. So you have the potential to face not only a procedural defect challenge, but a substantive challenge. And so I have...
Why don't we do this? Why don't...
Put it on the record, that's all.
Why don't we meet after this meeting?
I take your opinion, but...
Why don't we meet after this meeting?
No, I'm making a motion, because you cannot stop me from making a motion.
I don't think Ms. Sabari, Councilwoman Sabari and Councilman Song are going to do this, but go ahead, make your motion.
I make a motion.
Be their decision, I guess.
Yeah.
You're going to get it in two regular meetings anyway. You could do it the right way. You could do it the right way, or you could sit here, light your hair on fire, and do it the wrong way.
Okay, so I make a motion to introduce the new set of bylaws that we provided to everyone today. So can we take a vote?
We need a second.
Oh, who's going to second?
I'm not...
Yeah, I make a motion.
Motion is improper.
That's
all I'm
fine,
gonna
that's
say.
fine. I make
It's improper, and record it carefully.
Yeah, it's all recorded. I made a motion,
To introduce the bylaws,
the new bylaws that I
The new
provided
bylaws.
copies of to
which
everyone today.
change and amend the existing bylaws that have a provision in them for only being changed at regular meetings.
Oh, and,
Stated the motion.
yes, I made my motion. Let's take a vote. And again, we can come back and amend that portion.
We need a second?
I second that motion.
Councilpersons Wu?
Yeah, just for the record, I think it's a improper motion. We're changing the laws, the first document that governs our town, and we're doing that at a whim. So, you know...
Councilman Wu, have you reviewed them?
I have not reviewed them. I have not compared them to the previous document. I don't understand, like I said, I think it's a completely improper motion. As such, I'm going to abstain from voting.
I'll abstain.
Wait, please hold on to my phone.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilman Song?
For the reasons I mentioned, I'm going to vote no to these bylaws.
Now you're listening to the audience and changing...
No, I'm voting no. I'm voting no. I stated my reasons for it.
You're out of order.
I stated my reasons why.
No, it's okay. It's a vote. It's unlawful.
Time out. Please, members of the public, please keep quiet. It is not your portion right now.
All right.
Councilman Wu, you are entitled to change your vote.
I'm changing my vote to a no.
The clerk can change your vote. Don't question people's motivations on how they're voting. It's not right.
Councilman Song?
Abstain?
Sabari?
Okay, I'm actually going to vote yes, because, wait, hear me out, I have looked into this, I've come to all of the meetings, I see how they operate under the current administration, and it's just not acceptable, and if in fact the information that I have gotten, because I have looked into this, is incorrect, and we can't do this, then we'll have to reintroduce in the January meeting. But for now, I do agree that change is needed in order to make these...
Will you fix the typos too? Will you fix the typos?
Yes, I will.
Well, why don't you do that at the regular meeting and not today? Because they're nonsensical.
There aren't that many.
when they rearrange.
Mary O'Shea, are you up here?
Oh, guys.
You no longer can question me.
Guys. Come to...
Thank you for your comments.
All right, you have to stop, guys.
Hello, Ellen.
Okay.
Can I open your video?
No, it's... Okay, hold on a second. Public, what they're doing is wrong. We haven't reviewed them, the public hasn't seen them, the public hasn't had a chance to discuss them at the microphone, and this is exactly an example of the corruption that we're fighting against. This is what we inherited, and it's going back at the very first meeting, the bylaws. All they have to do is wait 2 meetings, to do what they want. They have the votes.
Take the roll call, let's just...
Mark? Okay, go ahead, Mark, your turn. Councilman Park?
Yes.
Aversa?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Passes.
Okay, so you're all in violation. If you voted yes for this, you violated the Open Public Meetings Act. And you also breached the existing bylaws. So whatever council advised you on, put them on notice, because they should have a claim against them.
Okay, next.
Point of order, Mayor?
Oh, that's how you do it. Yes, Councilman Aversa?
Exactly what I said.
No, that's not exactly what you said.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate, Council President, Gloria O. for that position.
I thought you were going to be the council president.
Oh, wrong, Mayor.
You change your mind, Ed?
I second.
Yeah, let's have a roll call. We need a council president.
Hold on, I'm running out of paper.
All right, Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes?
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Unanimous.
Okay, good. Assemblyman Johnson, do you want to swear in Gloria?
Yes, sir.
You just survived, right?
Now he's been here.
Now I owe him lunch. It's 9 o'clock.
Another 5 minutes, we don't have dinner.
Yeah.
Have the Bible, Mayor. Have the Bible.
yes.
Where's the Bible?
It's up front.
Oh, right here. Where is it? Right here.
All right, so when you do the oath, Gloria, pay special attention to the words. Hey, what's the matter? Let's see.
Anyone else? It's an honor to do this, first of all. I'll just spend some time after I finish. Anyway, I state your name.
I, Gloria O.,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
to the government established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I will faithfully,
I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all the duties of
of the office of Council President
President
for the Borough of Englewood Cliffs,
for the Borough of Englewood Cliffs,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank
Congrats. Okay.
Mr. Marinuzzi, while you're up here, would you like to say a few words? The microphone's right there. Someday? What do you mean by that? You walked right past the microphone. I thought you wanted to say something. Okay. So the mayor and council advertised a request for proposals through the fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944A-20.4, etc., and the public bidding laws, NJSA 40A:11-1, etc. All proposals were given to the mayor for his review, my review, and I didn't get any recommendations from the council, but I will nominate as Borough Bond Counsel Roga McCarthy. Can I have a roll call?
What was it?
Rogat McCarthy.
Rogan, okay. Need a motion?
No, you don't need a motion, you just need a roll call.
Roll call.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
So under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried.
Point of...
I nominate Borough Auditor Garbarini and Company. Hold on, no, we're in the middle of this.
No, we don't have 30.
I nominate-
We rejected your
So, yeah,
appointment, now we...
No.
Oh, just,
Alan Park, please,
don't say please.
please, we're working here together. Yes, but be heard about right things and righteous things. All right, Borough Auditor, I nominate Garbarini and Company. Have a roll call.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Okay, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. That motion is carried under state law. I nominate for Borough Engineer, Mazer Consultants. Have a roll call.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
Clarification, are they able to work for the borough since they donated on the county level?
I don't know that for a fact, so. But we're just holding them over probably.
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
I have 30 days under state law to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For Borough Planner, I nominate Burgess. Have a roll call.
Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Okay, under 30 days, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. Real estate appraiser/litigation consultant, Value Research. Have a roll call.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
I have 30 days under state law to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For financial advisor, Phoenix Advisors, LLC. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried.
Mayor, I might just on the next one, I believe the hearing officers that we have were appointed by the mayor and council, per matter versus terminate at the end of the year. And we only got one RFQ, I believe. Actually, I'm not certain, I'm not either. I don't know. Maybe we should pull this one till January 10th. I gotta look at it.
Well, while we're here, let's do this. For the matters that they've been appointed, let's just renew their appointment while we're here. And then if they vote no, they vote no, but I don't want to have a gap.
Okay.
For hearing officers, for the matters that they have been specifically retained by the mayor and council in the past, I nominate Brian W. Kronick, Esquire, Alan C. Roth, Esquire. Is there anybody else?
No.
Okay. And so can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
Clarification, please. these attorneys that you're referring to are attorneys who have already been hired by the borough, or is this for going forward?
No, they were hired for the disciplinary hearings that were...
Disciplinary hearing officers
Going
that are
forward.
assigned to the pending disciplinary matters.
I'm going to abstain. I don't know who they are.
Park?
No.
Aversa?
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination for those positions. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For labor attorney, I nominate Mark Ruderman, which is the firm of Ruderman Horn. Okay, roll call.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. Special counsel and special litigation counsel, I nominate the following people for the positions that, for the matters that they're working on right now. Okay. Okay, so I am including the following for the matters that they've been retained in the past by mayor and council. Wenzel Friend, Ruderman Horn, Herbert and Weiss, Eric Harrison, his law firm, Murphy McKeon, Eric Bernstein and Associates, Jeffrey Serenian and Associates, Chiesa et al., which is where Thomas Troutner works. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
I need clarification again. I mean, if we vote no or yes to these attorneys, how do we vote on Serenian? He's the affordable housing attorney, correct?
Have to renew
If we
him.
vote
Yeah.
no, how do you move forward with your litigation?
Okay, okay.
Like, you know, we're being asked to vote on some attorneys that are
So-
working on current litigation
I am...
without really having information. So
Yeah.
I'm going to abstain again.
Okay,
Just move on.
and I think your questions will be answered on the January 10th agenda.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination, and the resolution is carried for 30 days. And just so everybody knows, the litigations that these people are working on don't stop and wait for us.
Actually, Mayor, when you go forward and when you get to this on January 10th, we will do individual motions.
Okay, all right.
Because there are certain matters that maybe you want to keep certain lawyers on, and there are other matters that maybe we don't.
Okay.
So it's fine.
For tax appeals attorney, I nominate Eric Bernstein and Associates. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For municipal court judge, I nominate Francis Letty, who's done a great job, and I thank him for that. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For public defender, I nominate Salvador Scalfani. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For borough prosecutor, I nominate Mark Raimondo. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
Oh, no.
Under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination, and the resolution is carried for 30 days. For IT consultant, I nominate Intrep Solutions. Can I have a roll call?
That's Tamara Naravi, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have now Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. Resolution is carried for 30 days. For insurance risk manager, I nominate Reliance Insurance Group. Can I have a roll call, please?
That's Amy Ferroni.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
Abstain.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days. For borough attorney, I nominate the law office of Anne Marie Rizzuto. Can I have a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
No.
Sabari,
No.
Park,
No.
Aversa,
No.
O.
No.
Point of order, Mayor?
Under state law, I have 30 days.
Point of order, Mayor?
Under state law, I have 30 days to make a new nomination. The resolution is carried for 30 days.
Point of order, Mayor?
Yes.
I want to make a motion to terminate Anne Marie Rizzuto effective immediately. It's
He's a
my,
holdover right now. You
well,
can't do that.
that's right, make a
Can't do that.
motion because, with
my
all due
prerogative.
respect to you, Anne Marie, the legal opinion you've given us in the past, whether it's incorrect or correct, has been completely biased. I don't think you represent all of us. You've only represented a few, and there've been many
Folks,
instances.
under state law, I have the right to keep her for 30 days.
Well, I'm making a motion to have her terminated.
I have 30 days.
effective
I have 30 days. I have 30 days. As far as I'm concerned,
I made a motion. I second that motion. Take a roll call.
look, my rights as a mayor under state law is to make a nomination, and you rejected it. But under the state law, I have the right of 30 days, just like Mayor Parisi did when you guys were all being cuddly with him. I get
This is with
to have her.
consent, so...
No.
We're terminating her. We're not...
No, and I'm...
We're not voting against...
You can't terminate her for 30 days.
We are terminating her. Take a roll call. We'll take a roll call.
As far as I'm concerned, it's an unlawful, it's an illegal motion that was proposed by Ellen Park,
That's right.
seconded by
I disagree.
Gloria O. All the others that I've nominated are on a 30-day extension, and so is Anna Mae Rizzuto. And as far as I'm concerned, you people are now violating the law and my rights.
As long as you're concerned. So I'm making a motion. There's a second.
So please call for a vote.
Clerk, yeah, can we take a roll call?
Councilpersons Wu,
Can you ask
Members of the public.
the members to quiet? Go ahead.
Borough Attorney, I just need some advice. This is inappropriate motion, right? So, do I have to take any vote
In
at all?
violation of state statute, which gives the mayor the nomination powers for 30 days after the...
I really don't want to see ourselves in this kind of position.
That's your opinion.
Hold on, I keep getting interrupted, I don't hear. I'm giving you the state statute, which is 40A:60-5. The mayor is the head of the municipal government. The mayor shall have all those powers designated by general law. The mayor shall preside at the meetings of the council, may vote to break a tie. Then he has the ordinance, the stuff about the ordinance. Under his appointment authority, he shall make his nomination to end any such office within 30 days of that office becoming vacant. He has the same 30 days that the vacancy law for the council member that we recently had to go through in October and November. He holds it for, he holds the power.
But read it, not, read it, that's not what it says.
There's plenty of law on this. It is a...
There's a motion on the floor.
There's a second. Procedure. It is an illegal...
You're letting your personal feelings interfere with your governing.
I also, for the record, since we're making a motion, okay, since we're making a motion, I have always been as objective as possible. I have not leaned to one side or the other. The fact of the matter is, the mayor is the head of the government. As Joe Parisi likes to say, having recently read many of his old minutes, he is the chairman of the borough. He is the CEO. Apparently Mayor Parisi was, favored of that terminology. That's one of the problems you have with your bylaws. You're absolutely violating this very section.
Can we take the vote, please?
The presiding officer of the meetings, you don't want him to preside over the caucus meetings. The statute doesn't differentiate between a regular and a caucus. That's it, he's the head of the meeting.
No matter what happens right now, Anne Marie is going to be the borough attorney for 30 days. And you all have to live with that, because it's my right. And Gloria, Ellen, Jimmy,
You don't have to vote, Mayor.
your
Yes,
attorney.
we're taking a vote.
There's no proper vote.
You can say so, that's your opinion. There's nothing in that statute that says that we can't make a motion to have you terminated, and
You
we're
can
doing
play all the reindeer
it.
games you want, but at the end of the day, I have 30 days to work with Anne Marie, and that's it. And you're going to pay her for those 30 days.
Yeah, Lizette, can you take a motion, please? You mean like the bulk billing that was split underneath for $82,000? Yeah,
Listen,
take the roll.
listen,
Yeah.
I just want you to also
That Mary
understand
signed off on
that she is a member of the same bar that you are a member of, and you are so disrespectful to a fellow attorney.
Sure.
It's disgraceful.
This is coming from you, the other attorney. Yeah.
Councilpersons Wu?
And
Anne Marie.
by the way, in the
Anne Marie.
resolution, you call me a liar, and you're authorizing someone to investigate me for malpractice. I mean, really, do you really need to take it that far? Are you that bitter?
Can we just take
That's ridiculous.
You tell me. Can
Are
we,
you making a motion to adopt a form resolution that you handed out, did not put on the agenda, and did not allow the members of the public to talk about?
the resolution doesn't have to be distributed. You know that. You never did that. You never gave it out to the public. That's right. So don't even go there. Yeah.
That you're doing.
You know what?
Can I have a motion?
We're making a motion to have you terminated effective immediately. That's fine. Okay. Roll call.
Roll call matter.
All right, the public hasn't looked at, the public has not received this resolution.
The public never
And you
gave a
are-
resolution from Anne Marie.
All right. It's 30 days. It's 30 days. Are you that bitter?
Just take the vote.
You never gave resolution to the public.
Yeah.
The matters were on the agenda or announced.
Please sit down.
Yes.
Please sit down. Roll call.
I want to be clear. It wasn't an open Public Meetings Act violation when we added this. We would go.
There were.
Don't point your finger at me.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
The matter would be
How's
on
that
the
bitter?
agenda. The public could vote on it.
Can you
This is
not
even
yell
on the
over me?
agenda.
All right. Can we take a vote, please?
Listen, because...
Be quiet. Be quiet, members of the public.
Point of order.
In the Farrington decision, she just, in the PDA case, she just said it wasn't on the agenda, therefore it's an Open Public Meetings Act. Did you read her opinion from...
Let's do this, because I don't want to expose the borough to an Open Public Meetings Act violation as...
I have a
I'd like to open to the public. Do I have a motion? So moved. Is there a second for opening to the public?
Talking about your biases.
Is there a second to open to the public?
You ranting about Parisi. You've been sitting here for how many years? Anne Marie.
You
know what?
I can't...
Anne Marie. Anne Marie. You know what?
Let's not take the vote,
Hold on,
Lizette.
everybody, hold on, everybody.
Hey,
Well, you said it, not us.
Hold on, everybody.
She said.
Okay, stop.
I didn't say it.
Yes,
All right, hold on, everyone.
Your letter to the prosecutor.
About you officially sending stuff without our knowledge?
No.
Hey, cut out.
All right, so,
Before the vote started to be taken.
all right, so again, I'd like to open to the public.
No, not right now.
There's no open to the public for...
I don't have a second.
Not right now.
I don't have a second.
I seconded it. Yeah, 10 times. No,
Watch the video again.
I'm just trying to correct the procedural wrong
Yeah.
at many
I
levels that
made a
you're
motion,
undertaking.
there was a second.
Okay, so the rules don't apply to Allen Park, and versa, going well. All right, let's have a vote. Again,
Take the vote.
I have state law right to continue working with Emery, and I intend to do so, and she will be the borough's attorney, no matter who you appoint, who seems to have trouble typing and proofreading.
Yeah.
And looking at the prior bylaws to tell you when things should be done. All right, now, just to be clear, what the motion is to terminate Emery Rizzuto,
Effective
which
immediately.
effective immediately, because Allen Park can't wait to be personally vindictive.
Right.
I have state law right to keep her here as our borough attorney for 30 days,
No, you don't.
and I am doing so. And I am doing so.
Not after she's
Take the vote,
terminated.
Ariel, for the 100th time.
God, we're not carrying her over, we're terminating her. That's the difference.
I would like to call on you, but I can't because we're not open to the public. All right, let's have a vote.
Councilpersons Wu, Councilpersons
Borough
Wu,
Attorney.
Please, members of the public, we're trying to take a vote here. Please, be quiet. Miss McMorro, Miss Melanie Simon, please.
Councilman,
Borough Attorney, I need some advice. Based on your advice, what are my options here? Yes, no, pass. I think it's an improper motion. I choose to just have no statement on it.
It's an improper motion, it's illegal, it's improper. You can take a, you can...
I have no statement on it.
Okay, so then that's, refuse to vote. Please.
We do. Mr. Mons and Ms. Moore need to leave right now because they're being disruptive.
No, they don't.
How about McMorro then? That's not right.
Ms. McMorro and Ms. Jones.
They're being disruptive. They're being disruptive, and I'm not tolerating it. This is my meeting, and I'm asking you to remove them.
Ms. McMorro, Ms. Jones.
Are you gonna charge them with anything?
I'm asking you to do your job, sir. This is my meeting. If someone's disorderly, I don't have to have charges. I chair this meeting. It's been disorderly, and I'm asking you to remove the two people
What
back
about
there.
Miss McMorro and Miss Eastwood?
If you want to play police officer, I will play
What about
mayor.
people on that side of the room, Mayor? You know what? If they get removed, I want certain people on that side of the room removed.
They were fighting each other.
No. Okay, Captain Murphy, are you disobeying my order?
You know what you do up there.
I'm asking you to remove the two people who are being disruptive.
Mayor, there were three.
Mayor, if they get
That's not
removed, certain
acceptable.
people from the other side of the room are getting removed.
You don't have the floor either.
They want to fight with themselves.
This is really unfair.
Just like I'm sure there's a lot of people who've done the same thing.
You're going to ask them to behave themselves, Captain Murphy?
I came in and I saw nothing.
Why'd you come with 5 people? I only need one person.
The emergency button, that's the...
Are you yelling at me, Captain Murphy? Because are you yelling at me, Captain Murphy?
My concern is this, my concern is my men coming in here.
My concern is that you're being insubordinate right now.
That button is used for an emergency person.
I know what it's used for.
I've been told numerous times that the...
Officer Hill, please retrieve the Captain Murphy who is out of control.
You're going to get my men hurt on the way here for that button. Yes.
You're being insubordinate. You don't have the floor, sir. Please remove yourself from my meeting right now. I wanted order restored. I didn't want a lecture from police officers, okay?
It only makes sense, right? Lester Schmuss?
You have a problem, sir?
It makes sense. We like...
You're being insubordinate. Lieutenant McDermott, this is not a dialogue. I want order in this room.
Is this what's gonna come? Is this a meeting?
Thank you, Lieutenant Hill. All right.
No.
No, I want a meeting that's being peacefully conducted. And if I have Melanie Simon, Debbie Fair, Lynn Norton, and Patrick Moans raging in the back, then I have a problem with that. This is my meeting, and I control it. As long as I'm mayor. Mr. Moans, if you don't like it, that's too bad.
She's in the middle of
All right.
You're gonna let Councilwoman, or former
All right.
Councilwoman McMorris...
Let's continue with our meeting, everybody. It's been 4 hours.
Seriously.
Yeah, let's vote continue.
It's been 4 hours.
Councilman Wu, your vote,
Why don't you go home?
Why don't you go home, Gloria?
I was elected.
As I said,
You have
I
to-
made my comment already.
you have to have a vote, either a vote or a pass and
Borough
come back.
attorney?
He refused to vote. Mark him as refused to vote.
RSD.
Thank you.
Huh? Refuse to vote? What is that? Like, I don't have that on TV.
Is that an option?
Okay.
What would you like me to do? Force him to?
Anne Marie, I'm sorry.
Come on, people, we have a lot of work to do. Let's get through this. As I said, it doesn't matter what this vote is. Anne Marie is still the borough attorney for 30 days. You guys can play all the games you want. Gloria, look at the camera, because everyone's looking at you.
Wait a minute, I want to make clear, Mayor, the resolution is adopted, I'm not the borough attorney, period. If you want to take some action to overturn it, I'm not going to not honor it, I'm sorry. That's just the way it's going to be.
Okay, so when I became mayor, the first thing that any newspaper reporter wrote was that the mayor's going to come in, and he's going to fire everybody. He's going to fire all the employees. And you know what? I didn't do that, because I wanted to give everybody a chance to do the right thing and to work with me. And some people did, and some people didn't. And you know who they are. And here you see Gloria O., Ed Aversa, Ellen Park, Debbie Sabari, and Jimmy Song putting politics above your government, above your borough, and their personal vindictiveness. I have 30 days under state law to work with whatever attorney I want, and that's what we're going to do. Anne Marie, you are continuing as a borough attorney.
Councilman Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
I'd like to say that Anne Marie's job, and I haven't been on this side of the dais, but I have been sitting in the audience for quite some time now. And to me, it's obvious that she is one-sided. As the borough, let me make my piece, as the borough attorney, she is obligated to represent both Democrats and Republicans, and I expected her to do so. But I have to tell you that I have done my research, and I know that this is a statement that was made by Anne Marie to a judge, okay? Verbatim. Do you know how many times we have asked them and pleaded with them to do the right thing? There's no doing the right thing. They were there for 42 years of Parisi Senior and Parisi Junior. Okay, that's when the chief got appointed. That's when the chief got a contract with no end in sight. Got a salary way above the standard. Look, Judge, they put the man in place. I am telling you, they are not going to vote anything. Now, if that is not as one-sided as it gets, I'm sorry, I have to vote yes to terminate Anne Marie. No, I'm sorry. That's my vote, yes.
I agree with, you can vote any way you want, but you are totally taking my comments out of context with a whole...
I don't think so. I've watched you over the last year at the meetings.
I understand. A whole discussion with the judge, underlying which are many pages of briefs and legal arguments. So really, that's really taking it out of context. Also,
No, I don't believe so.
I want to be clear. I don't represent Republicans, and I don't represent Democrats. I represent the borough, and I have not done anything in my representation that I believe is improper for the borough. And I haven't represented the mayor or any individual member on this council individually in a way adverse to what I believe is right for the borough. Now, you may have a quarrel with whether or not it's right to bring disciplinary charges against a chief who's caught on tape, or others who's caught on tape. I happen to think it is your obligation and fiduciary duty. I did have a certain side of the dais that refused to appoint a hearing officer
the most basic obligation.
Again,
For
shows
five
one-
times, 4 or 5 times, we asked for a hearing officer. So let's not mix up the facts.
what about the last 5 emails I sent you for a response and you never responded?
Come on.
Right? How about that?
I do respond.
Your response is, I'm not going to respond to you. I have it on an email, Anne Marie, 5 times. So do you not represent the mayor and council? You don't respond to a question that I asked you as a council person?
All right, stop.
Okay, well,
Let's move on, because,
Okay, well, you know what?
the evidence will prove itself.
we have 11 more hours for today to end, so...
So my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Park?
She voted yes.
Aversa?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. As I said before, I won't say it again.
point of order, Mayor?
Hold on a second.
I'm leaving today now, Mayor.
Okay.
Effective immediately.
I want to thank Anne Marie Rizzuto for her help.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
We now have no attorney on the dais. I'm sure Gloria's going to want to appoint somebody who's just as conflicted as she is on all matters. Anne Marie, thank you very much.
That's awful.
So take note, media, and go back to November 2016, when I won the election. There were articles written about how the mayor's going to fire everybody, and I never did.
Wow, okay, great.
Okay? So this is Democrats in action, folks. This is how they do it. One of the things that people are really upset with me about is I eliminated the ability of people to make money off this town who didn't actually earn it properly. And you're already slipping back in there. Jimmy, Debbie, you disgraced yourselves today. Let's go.
Point of order, Mayor?
Yes. What would you like to do now,
I'm
Ms.
making
Snow?
a motion to appoint Albert Wunsch III as the borough attorney for a period not to exceed 60 days.
So, Albert, just so everybody knows, Albert Wunsch has claims representing Captain Murphy against this borough. He had been the public defender in opposition to the borough for many years. So he's very conflicted being the borough attorney, and unfortunately, as most attorneys in New Jersey, or many attorneys in New Jersey, they need to pick a side. Okay?
That motion?
Of course you do, Ed.
Roll call?
That's before next Thursday.
All right, so,
You don't have a special meeting, okay?
I'm not sure what we're doing. Are we voting? There's a motion, there's a second. Al Wunsch is... Al, did you write those bylaws? All right.
I reviewed them, I saw them this morning.
You missed a lot of typos.
Handed over here.
They don't make sense. All right.
I didn't get it, I didn't write them there, so I can't say that. I saw them this morning when you saw them.
Okay, Councilpersons Wu?
Same as the last vote.
Refusal to vote?
Yes.
All right. As far as I'm concerned, Emery, you're still the borough attorney.
Sung?
I understand.
Yes?
Sabari?
Yes.
And I'm sorry you were mistreated by Ellen, Gloria, and Ed, Jimmy, and
Aversa?
Debbie. All right? They mistreated you. Disgraceful. You couldn't wait. You couldn't wait 30 days. This is what you people are all about. You're despicable.
Councilman Aversa?
Yes.
Did you vote?
Oh, no, I said Councilwoman Park?
Yes.
Oh?
Yes. Can we get the borough attorney sworn in? Mr. Wong?
Here's Mr. Moore.
Here's the Bible. Who would you like the,
You know what, I would like, Mr. Smacker. One of my older friends. And you know what, I would really invite all members of the council to come down. Because I'm a kid who was born and raised in this town, okay? I am the first borough attorney that was actually born in Englewood Cliffs, okay? I checked out books at the South Cliff School. I graduated from the North Cliff School. I graduated from the Upper School. Okay, I played on the ball fields, I coached a bunch of the people here as kids.
This doesn't give you right to break the law, Al.
I'm not breaking any law. This is a vote that came from the council.
You
You come down, please. You come down, because I want to...
just so we understand, an attorney in New Jersey has to evaluate, an attorney in New
It
Jersey,
was mainly with the process in which it happened, and I spoke my mind.
an attorney in
I
New...
appreciate that, but there is an actual opportunity here...
Stop.
To show
that you are part of a moving forward.
No, we're not playing your game now.
What does happen is, I ask all of you to stand and be part of this, because we finally have a guy from this town as opposed to someone from Middlesex County or Monmouth County or any other county, from Bergen County, from Englewood. And we're here. And I'd like to all stand up and join
All you had to do was wait 30 minutes.
So, all right, just so everybody understands, an attorney in New Jersey has to evaluate their own conflicts of interest. It's not for us to make him do anything. It's for him to evaluate, and I feel that, Al, you're conflicted.
Attorney, in regards to Brian Murphy, signed before this.
Right, well, you were representing him, of course, in time.
There's no action filed against him.
No, we have threatening letters from you.
Your right hand. I state your name.
Albert H. Lynch.
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance and to the governments established
to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and this state,
and this,
under the authority of the people.
the authority of the people.
I will faithfully,
I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and
perform
justly perform
all the duties of the office of,
all the duties of the office of Borough Attorney,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
I'm going to need you.
Congratulations.
Okay, so for the members of the public, we just had another violation of Open Public Meetings Act, violation of my rights under state law to have 30 days to work with who I want. And we now have an attorney who's got a conflict, a grievous conflict, representing the borough. And now I have to take legal advice from somebody who's conflicted. Well done, Democrats. Okay, I need to get through this, so for, Susan, can you read the annual meeting notice statement?
Resolution 19-18, Annual Meeting Notice, Year 2019. The Mayor and Council of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs has established their caucus and regular meeting dates for the year 2019. The regular meetings will be held on the second Wednesday of each month unless otherwise indicated by Resolution 1918 at 8 p.m. at the Municipal Building, 10 Con Terrace, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey. Caucus meetings will be heard at 6:30 on the same night and place as the regular meeting. Action may be taken at either meeting.
Point of order, Mayor?
Hold on a second. So for Borough Administrator, it's a one-year appointment for James Barbario. Compliance Officer, James Barbario, 1 year. ADA Coordinator, James Barbario, for 1 year appointment. Personnel Officer, James Barbario, for 1 year appointment. Administrative Assistant, Rosemary Weber, it's a 5-year appointment. For Finance, Tax Collector, Vincent Bruno, 4-year appointment. Chief Financial Officer, Chris Pataglia, 4-year appointment. Property Maintenance Officer, Art Sapelsa, 1-year appointment. Zoning Officer, Nick Melfi, 1-year appointment. COA Trust Fund, RPT Preparer, Kathy Scancarella, 1-year appointment. Court Administrator, Antoinette Saccone, 1-year appointment. PT Violations Clerk, Diane Froelich, 1-year appointment. Could I have a vote on all those?
Point of order, Mayor.
Oh, we're voting right now.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I make a motion to authorize the immediate termination of Borough Administrator James Barbario in all capacities and responsibilities for the borough. I need a second.
So for the newspaper person here, again, this is what they said I would do, and look at what they're doing. They're terminating people. Jamie, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was coming. But
There's a state statute that when you terminate a borough administrator, you have to give a 90-day pay.
correct.
So, as long as you know that. It was wonderful working with everybody. Listen, I understand politics far better than all of these. But thank you for the opportunity. Carol, thank you for the opportunity. Everybody here, Mayor, thank you. It was a pleasure. But here's what I wanted to say. I still have some stuff I gotta clean up in my office. So, because it says effective immediately. I'll give my keys back, but I need to come in and get your stuff in there.
Jamie, can you give me back any stamp with my signature on it?
Sure.
And return to me any keys to my office?
Okay. And I'll return the phone.
Yeah, I'm sorry that they're so disrespectful, aren't they? But this is the way they work, and, you know what, it's karma, it comes around, and, I know in a couple of their cases it already, has come around once, it'll probably come around again.
But I just want to acknowledge that the land is for 90 days, you would know that. Thank you. All right?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Olson. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Mayor, my
You're a true
pleasure.
gentleman.
Thank you. Good luck in your new endeavor. I've been a councilman and a mayor, so I know.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. Take care.
I second that motion.
So the name of this meeting is the Reorganization Meeting, but we should change it to Disorganization Meeting.
Mayor, I'd like to read the rest of the...
Hold on, slow down. Well, I guess Gloria's gonna start working now, because she just fired everybody who works.
I'd like to read
That was Gloria, you won't. What do you want to read, Gloria?
Whereas the Borough Administrator had a term of office from January 1st, 2018 through December 31, 2018, and whereas the Borough Administrator's term of office is over. Now therefore,
It's not over, you terminated him.
that the Borough Administrator, James Barbario, is no longer employed as Borough Administrator or in any other capacity with the Borough of Englewood Cliffs, and shall vacate his office and return all keys, and be it further resolved that the Borough shall review the needs of the Borough for a Borough Administrator, and at some point in future date may amend the ordinance to hire a successor. And be it further resolved that until such time, Lizette Duffy shall act as an acting administrator, part-time, not full-time, at a salary of $11,000.
So, I understand what you just said. The problem with that is, and with all due respect, our municipal clerk, Lizette Duffy, has charges pending against her with the Department of Government Services, and quite frankly, I think she's conflicted from doing anything for this borough, and she shouldn't be working for this borough.
That has nothing to do with her.
Based on the things that she's done during my tenure.
Mayor, I'm going to remind you that I haven't been Rice, and I don't appreciate you speaking about my performance publicly.
Well, I didn't appreciate you speaking about me on those tapes that you copied.
Mayor, may I remind you that under this system of law, a person is innocent until proven guilty. Okay, there has been nothing but an accusation, there has been no proof set forward, there's been no hearing, there's been nothing.
Well, then I suggest you listen to those tapes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mayor.
Because you know what? Because you're mentioned in them also, and it's all coming true.
So I'm mentioned in the tapes, you're mentioned in the tapes too, so we're...
I was the victim of those tapes.
So maybe am I.
No, you're not the victim, believe me.
Second the motion, can we move forward, please?
Let's take the vote. Let's take the vote, please.
It's not open to the public, so please...
Well, again, there's another Open Public Meetings Act violation. Can I have a motion to open the public, by the way?
Make fiscal responsibility.
There's a motion pending, the motion needs to be voted on.
Can I have a motion to open the public?
That's not the motion that's pending.
No, that's the motion
pending
pending.
is for...
That's the one so moved. He just had a motion to open to the public.
That was after the other motion has already been made and
So as
seconded.
Borough Council, or so-called Borough Council, we have it open to the public to discuss resolutions that are being voted on.
Because they haven't been made timely. It has to be made timely.
What do you mean by that?
First motion was made, was seconded. That has to be voted on unless they want to table
So
it.
you're
If they
violating...
don't want to table it, you're violating the Robert's Rules of Order that you keep throwing in everyone's face.
No, actually, the public hasn't spoken about things and items that we're
Because
voting on.
that portion of...
It's not the public's motion to make, it's the council's. The public...
The roll call vote.
The public does not make motions. The council's supposed to do this.
Councilpersons Wu,
No.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, can we,
Mayor, may I just...
so, no, you may not. So,
Mayor, it's about one of the resolutions that was just passed.
What would you like to do?
Okay, the calendar resolution, there's 2 dates on there that fall within the Jewish holiday, and I believe you should,
I asked for a point of order about that, but you just fully threw. So
I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Well, listen, whoever made the calendar can correct the calendar. What was the date?
Okay.
can I borrow this? I have it on the notes.
Can I make a motion that...
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
We're talking...
Passover is on the 10th.
October 9th, okay, it's the last day of Yom Kippur, and I put a note in there for everyone, and I had sent you this last month, saying that we need a new date for the October 9th meeting. Now, October 10th is planning board. We can't take planning board, so it's up to...
Let's do it on the 11th.
On the 11th is a Friday. I don't know, is everyone available?
How about the... Oh, we can't do the...
9? The
Well,
10th is planning board, the 11th is a Friday. October 11th?
We could do it on Friday.
Would everyone be available October 11th?
That's a Friday?
Yes.
I'm not.
You're not?
I have a trip to, with my wife.
Okay.
But I'm available the following Tuesday, Wednesday, 15th or 16th.
Following Wednesday.
Ask them.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
So the other date that's a conflict for me is the January 10th.
Just roll it a week to...
Okay, so can I don't have my calendar. Oh,
16th.
October,
January 10th.
no, October, we're talking about October.
Oh, October, okay, yeah, well...
October 16th? Okay, and I...
Wednesday, right?
Yes,
That works.
okay, and then there was another,
Then the...
April 10th is Passover.
April 10th is Passover?
April 10th?
Yes.
Second day of
How can we
Passover.
check that? All right. When do
See,
you
I wouldn't
want?
know, that's the second day of
When do
Passover.
you want?
I don't know, we can either do it Monday, I guess, or the following week. I'm open, it's just, I'm not...
How about we roll it to the following Wednesday? Just make sure it's not... The following Wednesday, okay?
Yeah.
17th?
Yeah, I think that's
April
fine.
17th, and I will send this calendar out to everyone to review.
And a conflict on the January 10th meeting. I'd like to move that to the 15th. It's a Tuesday.
I'm okay with that.
That works.
I can't do it Tuesday.
We could have a meeting without the mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What day for January?
110? I'm sorry, 115. Sorry, Tuesday.
Well, right now, it's the 10th. How about the 11th?
I'm not available.
No, we can do 15th. I need to...
I can't make the 15th. Can we please work together and have a date when we could all be here?
16?
16, Leah? 16? 16 to Wednesday?
14th is not good for me. I have
14th is a Monday? The 14th would work.
It doesn't work for me.
Okay.
How about January 16, which is the following Wednesday?
That works.
That doesn't work for me.
yeah.
That doesn't work, I have a trial on that day. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Let's do, we'll do the 15th.
Okay.
Everyone's okay with the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so just to clarify, the dates that are being changed are January 15th, April 17th, and October 16th, to comply with 2 Jewish holidays. Thank you, everyone. That was it, Mayor. I just wanted to interrupt.
All right, thanks. I know, I apologize. I thought we had those dates all figured out.
I couldn't vote.
All right.
They couldn't vote. And I couldn't...
Well, I didn't know about the conflict. All right, so we do need to get some productive work done here. I can't call on you, we're not open to the public, so you might as well put your hand down. Yeah, so it's been noted. No, look, I understand that, and I wish they would open to the public. I don't have the power to do that. It's their violation, but I'm sure I'll get pulled into that lawsuit, but,
Vote on this? Can we vote on it? We gotta vote.
I have to vote on the calendar.
Can we have a motion and a second for the meeting notice, please? All in favor?
All right, so we have our meeting dates. We violated every possible Open Public Meetings Act law today by the council. I've warned you all, it's just not worth it, really. We could have all gotten through these issues, but Al really wanted to sit down next to me for so long, so now he's finally here.
We still have to take a vote on that.
We have to take votes for Borough Administrator, Compliance Officer, so everywhere that I mentioned, James Barbario, I guess we'll put in, what are we doing here?
That's up
Was
to
that for now?
And then I had mentioned all the others. Are you okay with all the others?
You want me to do it?
Up to PT violations. Right before Board of Health.
Right.
No.
What's your issue?
The property maintenance officer?
Mary, you want me to do a few?
One by one.
I'll do a few.
All right.
Yeah, let's do one by
Okay.
one.
I don't want to do my own, so I'm going to skip over. Administrative Assistant Rosemary Weber, I need a motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
Who moved it?
I did.
Gloria? And Park? I can say all in favor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, you know what? Councilpersons, I'm going to do individual. Councilpersons Wu?
Yes.
Song?
Yes.
Sabari?
Yes.
Park?
Yes.
Oh, Aversa?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Tax Collector Vince Bono, need a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second?
Councilpersons Wu?
Yes.
Song?
Yes.
Sabari?
Yes.
Park? Yes. Aversa? Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Chief Financial Officer Chris Battaglia?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu?
Yes.
Song?
Yes.
Sabari?
Yes.
Park? Yes. Aversa?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Property Maintenance Officer Art Sepelza, need a motion?
So moved.
Need a second? It fails? No, no one-
second.
I'm sorry?
No second.
Oh, no second, sorry.
That's what she said, no second.
Zoning Officer Nick Melfi, I need a motion?
So moved.
Need a second?
Do I have a 30-day right on this? Do I have a 30-day right on this?
With regards to...
Or we're working on
The zoning officer and the property maintenance.
it? So I have the right to extend for 30 days,
On both of these?
on both of them.
Okay, thank you.
But apparently, our council who's been appointed in violation of my 30 days says that I can do this, but I couldn't have Anne Marie Rizzuto continue for 30 days.
We didn't terminate, Mayor, you're an attorney, we didn't terminate them. That's the difference.
You asked a question, I answered the question. Don't ask if you don't want...
I like consistent answers, so.
Okay,
All
moving
right,
on.
COA Trust Fund Reporter Kathy Scancarella, I need a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Councilpersons Wu?
Yes.
Song?
Yes.
Sabari?
Yes.
Park?
Yes.
Aversa?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Court Administrator Antoinette Sakan, I need a motion?
So moved.
I need a second?
Question? She's tenured, do we even have to vote on that?
Is she tenured?
I thought so, I was...
It is a reappointment, so it has to be, it should have to be reappointed. Even with the tenure, she still has to be reappointed. She can be terminated for cause, or she can be terminated for any other reason, but the tenure aspect of it doesn't necessarily mean that she's guaranteed the position.
Well, does that apply to everyone, or just the people you guys don't like?
No, it's not tenure. No, it's just a tenure question.
Okay.
Not a question of like or not like. Once again,
And as I've stated this before, Mayor, they want to try and move the court in a little different direction.
Yes.
And I don't know what...
Until today, we didn't violate Open Public Meetings Act and other things, and you're doing that, so I don't like the direction you're moving in.
On many occasions you did.
Do we have a second?
All right, I'm going to continue her for 30 days, and you guys are playing with fire, because she's tenured.
Part-time violations clerk Diane Frolic, I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a second.
Having no second, I will invoke my 30-day notice again, where I get to keep them on, just like Anne Marie Rizzuto is still the borough attorney.
Board of Health, open seat. Actually, there's one.
So these are the mayor's appointment.
No, Mayor, I apologize. I had said it was the mayor's appointment.
Oh, this year they're not the mayor's appointment?
No, Mayor,
In years past, they were the mayor's appointment. Now, today, they're not the mayor's appointment.
Okay, Mayor.
But you guys gotta make up your mind, because we're paying you all our money. So, are they the mayor's appointment or
No,
not?
Board of Health is not the mayor's appointment.
Let's ask the borough, the so-called borough attorney.
Let's ask Anne Marie.
Well, she's not here, you threw her off. Are those my appointments?
It's not.
Not anymore.
Are you basing that on bylaws, ordinances? What are you basing that on? What are you basing that on? Can I see the statute section?
It's an ordinance that was just passed and vote that went through, and
Regarding the Board of Health? Regarding the Board of Health? We're on the Board of Health. I don't know where you are, but we're on the Board of Health.
you keep, like, reminiscing about Anne Marie. I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, we're on the Board of Health right now.
Okay, let's go with the Board of Health.
Please focus. Every year I've been mayor, I've had these as my appointments. And this year, the clerk is telling me that it's mayor and council appointments. And what are you basing that on? I have the right to know how my legal advice is being
I
written.
can tell you,
She's not my attorney. She's not the borough
I'm
attorney.
able to tell you, and I would defer to her.
Well, you're the attorney. You shouldn't be deferring to the clerk.
I can defer to the clerk.
No, you can't. No, you're the attorney.
There are 14 different attorneys on every case that she had. I can't defer to the clerk who is...
Well, here's what should happen.
Trying to tell you what was going on. Okay, I wouldn't want to...
Here's what should happen. When I practice law, the clerk would give the attorney the document, you would review it, and you would advise me. So I'm going to let you look at it.
Appointment
Well,
of...
you should have waited 30 days, and you could give me good advice.
The members of the board shall be nominated by the mayor and appointed by him with the advice and consent of the council.
Okay, that's new this year, right? So last year, we didn't do it that way.
2016.
Mayor.
So does that mean that last year, all my appointments were not
I
right?
think it's called a selective memory, Mayor.
Your appointment...
And by the way, well, here are my recommendations and my nominations. Dr. James Bancroft, Dr. Celeste Helvasian, and Dr. Andre Zemecki, and for the unfilled four-year appointment expiring on 12/31/21, Maria Valari.
Okay, can you repeat the names?
Bancroft, Helvasian, Zemecki, Valari.
Helvasian?
Helvasian,
Mhm.
Zemecki. So we have three doctors, and we have Maria Valari. Dr. James Bancroft, Dr. Celeste Helvasian, and Dr. Andre Zemecki, and Maria. And then also, the one-year appointment, Sam Yanovich as the health officer for Mid-Bergen, and Jim Park as the environmental health specialist,
So
one-year
I'll do, is it okay? I'll do these four together.
Yeah.
Motion and a second?
So moved.
Need a second for Dr. Bancroft, Dr. Halavian, Dr. Zemecki, and Mrs. Valari.
Helvasian, by the way.
Helvasian.
Okay, so no seconds, I have 30 days to come back with somebody else. Is that right, Mr. Wunsch? Thank you. Let's do the health officer. As I've mentioned, Sam Yanovich for 1 year.
Okay. Councilpersons,
So moved.
Second.
Councilpersons Aversa?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did it back. I'm so used to having you sit on the other side. Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Environmental Health Specialist, Jin Park. Need a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Change your name, your appointment.
So this is my appointment, for a 4-year appointment, K.D. Park as a member, the alternate member, Gail Earnhardt, 1-year appointment.
Katie is 4 years.
Katie's 4, Gail's 1 year.
Katie, 4.
Environmental Commission, my appointments are, in the order they appear, 3-year appointment, Ho Chen Chen.
Oh, Chen.
Yeah, the existing person.
Next. Borough Rep.
Borough Rep J.P. Lee. And the alternate member, Jack Geyer.
Okay.
And alternate member, Maria Valari.
Okay.
Planning Board, also my appointments.
In the order you're going in?
In the order they appear, the first vacancy expiring on 12/31/20, so this is an unfilled vacancy. That's Carolina Calderon. The vacancy expiring on 12/31/2021, Ramon Ferro.
Ramon Farrow?
Yeah. 4-year appointment, Mary O'Shea. 4-year appointment, Carol McMorrow. Alternate member number 2, 2-year appointment, Fran Correa. Alternate member number 3, 2-year appointment, Thomas Kim.
Can you just spell it? Thomas, Thoms?
Kim, K-I-M. I'm going to leave that one open for now. Mayor's designee, Class 1, Lauren Eastwood. Class 1, Lauren Eastwood. That's a 1-year appointment. Borough Rep, Class 2. And that's from the Environmental Commission, that's J.P. Lee. And I thank everyone who serves on that board, and thank you, Mary, Carol, Lauren, and also William. William will be the council representative for the Class 3. Thank you, William. Recreation Advisory Board. Soon, I would just tell the 3-year vacancies with Soon Kim, Dr. George Lee, Billy Theodorakis.
Are these the same people that were on?
Well, I'm moving Billy and Elias Fandanidis up from alternate.
So let me have the names again, please.
All right, so basically, everyone is getting a 3-year term. Soon Kim, Dr. George Lee, Marco Sango, Elias Fontanidis, and Billy Theodorakis. And I thank all of them for serving.
Is this the rec board?
The self-insurance fund,
We have to take a vote.
No, but the rec board, you have to take a vote. That's not the mayor's appointment.
Okay. We need a motion
So moved.
and a second.
okay, so again, government comes to a grinding halt, because even the rec board has become controversial. So I will, have 30 days to make new appointments, just like I did with the others, including their borough council. The self-insurance fund, insurance fund commissioner, James Barbario, 1-year appointment, and insurance safety delegate, Mark Neville, 1-year appointment.
Well, James isn't here anymore. I need a motion? We'll do a motion for both of them, insurance safety delegate and insurance fund commissioner.
The commissioner will be Lizette Duffy, correct? Just one clarification, not James Barbario.
Need a motion?
Make a motion for Lizette Duffy.
So there's one clarification, is that, because the mayor said James Barbario, but he's not here.
Who do you want?
The commissioner, insurance fund commissioner,
He said James, but he's not.
it should be Lizette Duffy.
I don't know, should it?
I make a motion for Lizette Duffy for the commissioner.
Well, that's the way we do it.
Councilpersons,
Actually, no, you know what, I said James Barbario, And quite frankly, I have 30 days to make a new appointment if you don't agree with that. So let's...
He's actually terminated.
All responsibility.
All right. Well, then there's a vacancy, and there's no motion from you, Gloria. I guess...
Made a motion. I made a motion.
I have 30 days. No, but I have 30 days.
No, you don't.
No. You could have done that in all the others also, but you didn't. Now all of a sudden you want to do it?
No. When I read the resolution, Mayor, I said...
No. I have state law rights that you are now trampling upon.
Vote, please.
No, you can't, because it's not
You
right.
can take a vote.
No, who's saying? The Borough Council, I want an opinion. No, I want an opinion on my state law rights to have 30 days to appoint someone.
I have to go on Robert's Rules of Order, which you've always thrown in front of me as...
I've never thrown them in front of you.
Absolutely, and that it would require...
But the state law trumps Robert's...
It should have been stopped.
State law trump... No, state law trump...
Interrupt a vote on a...
Borough Council Al Wunsch, state law trumps Robert's Rules of Order, okay? There is something known as precedence, okay, and priority. If you're going to sit there and tell me that our state laws are subservient to Robert's Rules of Order, then I'm not going to buy that, but you're going to create liability for yourself. There's no motion. It's an illegal motion. You are propounding an illegal motion, but...
That was what was already passed.
We have already...
You're propounding, you have no... What about my state law rights?
His badge...
What about, so I have 30 days to put someone else. I have 30 days to make another nomination
No, you
under
do not.
state law.
You do not, because we passed a resolution saying all of his responsibilities are terminated.
No.
Come on, you are an attorney,
Right.
you don't understand what the resolution
That's right,
says?
but you wrote that resolution, and you should read it,
passed
because
it.
he's
He
been
passed
terminated, yes, but I have 30 days to make another nomination.
You allowed that motion...
No, I didn't allow it.
No.
I didn't allow it.
You're-
Don't game me, Mr. Wunsch.
Confused
I don't like
with-
games.
with-
I don't like games,
All right,
okay?
can
Don't game me.
We're not playing games.
Can we take a vote, please?
No, we took a vote.
You are playing games.
No, I'm not playing games.
You're playing games. You know, under state law, I have 30 days to fill that
Not when you're
vacancy.
terminating somebody.
Terminated someone, you opened up a vacancy, the vacancy was, the motion was made...
No, you terminated him, but
Fill the vacancy.
No, maybe I don't want him. You are...
I am correct, thank you. I am correct, thank you.
The
Vote,
motion
please.
is already pending, the motion needs to be voted on.
Let's take a vote, please.
By the way, how much are we paying you? I didn't know that.
Not to exceed 10,000.
It's in the resolution.
Nice money, Al.
Councilpersons Wu,
No.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park, Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Insurance Safety Delegate Mark Neville,
So move.
Second.
Councilpersons Aversa,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari.
You're going out of order.
Went out of
Oh,
order.
I did? Wait, Wu,
You gotta get your
Song,
order.
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Recycling Coordinator Mark Neville,
Moved.
Second.
Councilpersons Aversa.
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Collection System Sewer Operator Thomas Shope. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Crossing Guards Barbara Hen, Alvin Kravitz, Rose Mastalone, Hilda Wenz.
So moved.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Police Matrons Barbara Hen, Rose Mastalone, Maribel Liberty. Need a motion?
So move.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Official newspapers, The Record and Northern Valley Press.
So moved.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Mayor, we need a representative for the Board of Education.
I'd like to have Councilman Wu do that.
So moved.
I need a
Is that my
motion.
appointment, or what?
It's
Is
with
that my
the advice
appointment?
and consent of council.
Can I see that? Can I see the ordinance for that? Mr. Wunsch, do you have that ordinance?
No, I do not.
You're the Borough Council? I expect you to be prepared.
You do remember who was there before.
I just know it's advice and consent of council.
It's always been that way.
So it's on the advice of the clerk, on the advice of the consent of the council, but the borough attorney doesn't know and is not prepared.
Okay, we need a,
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jimmy Song as the Board of Education. That's on.
councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park. Yes. Aversa.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Chamber of Commerce.
So, on that, sorry, what, I never did see that statute. It was a motion, but I also have 30 days to fill that, don't I? How does that work? All right, for Chamber of Commerce, I might as well just ask who wants it.
Jimmy.
Jimmy wants it.
Jim, you're gonna be busy. You're gonna meet all the educators and all the business people. It's good for business. It's good for business.
Councilpersons Aversa.
Yes.
No. Wu,
Was that, yes?
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park.
Yes.
Aversa.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Board of Health.
Motion to appoint Ellen Park.
Second?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park. Yes. Aversa.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
So, police surgeons, one-year appointments, they're on your list. So, is everybody okay with those?
Okay.
All right, Gary Guarnacia, Dr. Benita Pendrapi, Henri Zemecki, Salvador Laraya, Patrick Perrin, George Weinberger, Jerome Goldfisher. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Councilman Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park. Yes. Aversa.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Fire Prevention, Joe Cardullo.
So moved.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park. Yes. Aversa.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Mayor, Emergency Management Coordinator.
Let me just throw it out to the council.
Can we hold off till the public safety group meets with the fire department and the police department?
Yeah, that's fine. There's a typo in deputy coordinator.
I fixed it. The new one I printed has it correct.
Local Emergency Planning Council. So these are my appointments, and as I understand that there's basically, it's just done by title, so myself, the police chief, a police rep, I think I'd like to have Patrol Officer O'Shea, Public Safety, Fire Chief, Fire Department, so the Fire Chief, and then there's a representative from the Fire Department. Who's the fire person?
Chief Jamones is the president.
Well, no, there's Fire Chief, and then there's a representative of the Fire
Oh, the
Department.
representative, I think you added that last year. You added that.
let-
We have
let-
that Howie Man
Yeah, we'll do Howie Man.
for,
Superintendent of Public Works, Board of Health representative, I think that should just be the chairperson of the Board of Health.
okay, so that's Alan.
Sanitary Inspector,
Sam.
Health Officer, that's Jim.
Jim.
building inspector,
Mhm.
tax assessor,
Mhm.
which is a whole other issue,
Mhm.
whoever that happens to be in the future. Superintendent of schools, borough administrator.
I don't know who infection control is, we really don't have any.
I don't know who infection control is, but we could ask the Board of Health to make a recommendation to us as to somebody who has experience with infectious diseases.
Okay. Very good.
So we have public safety. So these are standing committees of the council. Now, as I mentioned, and I'll repeat, I believe in terms of all things Englewood Cliffs Police Department, council members O, Aversa, Park, Sabari, and Song are all grievously and woefully conflicted from all matters, given the coordination of politics and basically a violation of what I view as a pay-to-play. So I'm only left with William Wu on the Public Safety Committee. Personally, I want to participate in all the committees, as I am permitted to do. I want notice of all meetings, and I want all communications copied to me as well. Okay. So I have William Wu for Public Safety, just for the logical reason of 5 people are conflicted.
No, we're not.
Oh, that's okay, Jimmy. I'm not going to be the judge of if you are or not. I'm just going to state the facts, and then somebody else will judge. That's how it works.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, a second? Okay, so...
I move for Ed
I have-
Aversa to be the
No, I'm
chair.
speaking. Do I get my 30 days on this, Al?
No.
Okay, so here, why don't we do this? We'll go through this. Ed Aversa, who gave the PBA their wonderful contract and negotiated it, is now going to be having a repeat performance, but that's fine, that's your nomination. And who are the other members?
Debbie and Jimmy?
Debbie and Jimmy. Okay, so, it's okay. Look, let's, is this a vote, or is this just...
Shame on you.
Let's have a vote. Okay, come on, stop.
Motion.
We actually made it 30 minutes without any upheaval. I know, it looks different from up here, that's why.
Motion.
It's okay. All right, so let's do public safety.
Motion by Ellen.
Who made the motion?
Ellen. And who seconded it? Oh, you seconded it.
I'm sorry, second.
All right,
Okay.
let's have a vote.
Councilpersons Wu,
No, because of the conflicts.
What conflicts, Bill? Come on, we're
We talked about that already, Gloria.
Oh,
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes, and I'm not conflicted. I've never taken anything from a police officer or offered a police officer any sweet contract of any sort, and I have no intentions of doing such.
They campaign
And I
for you.
take offense.
They campaign for you door to door.
Listen, I did not ask them to campaign for me.
They campaign
They
for
have
you.
their
It was
rights.
coordinated with you.
It was not coordinated.
It was coordinated with your campaign and your political
Shame on
party.
you for making me conflicted.
That's exactly what I am fighting against.
Everything, we're conflicted.
You are.
I vote.
You can't have a conflict and ignore it.
Yes.
thank you. Councilpersons Park,
Yes.
Aversa?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Lighting,
I make a motion to nominate Ed Aversa to be the chair.
I did great
He
job.
loves it so much, you could have it back.
I second that.
I should complain about that.
I love lights.
how about the other two names?
Jimmy and,
Ellen. Oh, Ellen?
yeah, Jimmy and Ellen.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
oh.
Yes.
Transportation,
I nominate Gloria O.
And Ellen.
Ellen Park and Jimmy Song.
Jimmy?
Yes.
Okay. Sabari and Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
oh.
Yes.
Buildings and Grounds,
Jimmy, Gloria, and Debbie.
I second that.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O,
Yes.
So
DPW,
just so you know, I kind of put buildings and grounds, DPW, sanitation, recycling, clean communities, all in the same kind of group, so it'll be the same people recommended for that. So you want to do those 5 in one shot?
if it's okay with the mayor?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
So
so,
buildings and grounds, DPW.
As long as you guys do the work.
Sanitation, recycling, clean communities, would be Jimmy, Gloria, and Debbie.
okay, so I'll redo it to be one vote, but, that was a motion by Aversa.
Correct.
Second?
Was that Gloria?
Yes.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes to all.
thank you. Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O,
Yes.
thank you. Finance,
Make a motion, Debbie, Savari, and the committee as a whole?
A second.
Sure you want it, Debbie?
Councilpersons Wu,
Yeah. Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Recreation,
I'll make a motion, Ellen, Jimmy, and myself?
Only if you start attending the 5K. You can run it with your tennis racket.
Can I ride it or drive it?
Yeah, it's a run. You could do the Grand Fund, though, in May. Yeah, that's all right.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Sanitation, we did. Okay, legal,
Is that liaison?
yes. It's a committee, it's a chair and committee of the whole.
I nominate Gloria and the committee as a whole.
So moved. Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Song,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Beautification,
Bill Wu, myself, and the Shade Tree Commission.
Second?
okay, who was the first one? Who heads that committee?
Sorry.
Thank you, Ed.
William and Ed, okay. Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Wait, you got a committee?
I did,
Tom.
Ah, look at that. Look at that. Sharing is caring.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes,
O.
Yes.
Recycling, we did, correct?
correct.
Historical, 2, and the Borough Historian.
I move
Yeah, go ahead.
for William Wu, Jimmy, Song, and me.
It's just 2.
Two.
It's just
Oh,
2.
sorry.
Billy and me.
Billy and Jimmy.
Oh, you took yourself.
William?
What's that for? Historical or hysterical?
And Billy's the chair.
I'm sorry, William.
Billy.
Okay, I need a second.
So, second? All right.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park, Aversa,
Yes,
O.
Yes.
Clean Communities, 2 persons and Shade Tree?
I think we did that one and lumped them up with DPW.
Oh, you did DPW, because this is 2 plus Shade Tree.
So it would be Jimmy, Gloria, and the Shade Tree Commission, sorry.
So who's the first?
Jimmy,
And then,
Gloria,
okay, I need a second.
Second?
Councilpersons Aversa?
yes,
Oh, my God. Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa, O. Economic Development, 3 plus Chamber of Commerce.
Let me guess.
I'm
I
sorry?
nominate Jimmy,
Gloria, and Jimmy.
Glory, and...
Jimmy got to bring a lot of business cards.
Jimmy, Gloria,
I
and?
think there's one other person that we need there.
Yeah, we got it.
Jimmy, me, and then who?
Okay.
No, there's...
Jim, it's okay for you to say no, it's over there. You're gonna be overworked.
So it's one.
Well, I'm hoping that we could all work collaboratively.
Put Debbie on.
Don't count out, you'll be doing all the work.
Debbie, Gloria, and Deborah.
If history predicts the future, you'll be doing all the work.
Sorry, Debbie.
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yeah.
Sung,
Yes?
Yes.
Sabari, Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Community events,
Ellen, Jimmy, and myself?
Second.
Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes?
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes. Point of order, Mayor?
What's your point?
I make a motion to add an agenda committee to this, standing committees. And, I would like to,
What will the agenda committee do?
we would like to get the agendas out before the meeting, at least by Friday, before the Wednesday meetings.
Okay, so you're actually gonna help do that?
Set the agenda.
Yes.
You're gonna help set the agenda?
Yep.
All right, I'm reserving all my rights as mayor regarding the agenda, but I welcome the help.
Well, you would be on it anyway.
No, it is my agenda. I don't need to be on your agenda. You're on my agenda. So to the extent that it doesn't impede on any of my rights, and I'm sure the borough attorney will advise me if it does, I don't really care. If you guys want to do some work, that's fine.
Wait, you have to make a recommendation.
Yeah, recommend
Okay.
the agenda committee is Gloria, myself, and Debbie.
And I second.
Gloria. Who was second?
I second.
No, who was the second?
Myself, Ed.
And Debbie.
And Debbie.
Councilpersons Wu,
No.
Sung,
Yes?
Sabari, Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Oh, Ed's got a special motion that no one's seen. Ed's got a motion. I think he wants to be mayor.
No, you saw it. I gave you a copy of it.
Which one? Who are you firing now?
I'll find it.
I think right here.
Councilwoman O, you didn't
Did you
vote?
vote on the agenda committee?
Yes? Agenda committee? And
Yes.
Councilman Aversa, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so can we have a motion to adopt the 2019 temporary budget, please? I mean, unless these are controversial, can we do them all in one shot and save half an hour?
So I'll read them really quick. Adoption of 2019 temporary budget, authorized signatories to sign payroll, authorized signatories to sign payment of borough expenditures, appoint borough depositories, fixed rate of interest for late payment of taxes, authorized tax collector to cancel checks, authorized cash management plan, authorized petty cash for finance department, and we removed the resolution 40. So, is that okay? Is that what you want?
Remove what?
The last
So
resolution.
the last one's been removed, although we still need counsel for that litigation.
So we're voting on 32 to 39. Is that what you want, Mayor?
Yeah, let's have a motion, and then this, if we can, is everybody okay with doing it unbanked?
Yes.
So moved.
Wait, so where does it go up to?
So, I'll wait till the last one.
Oh, except for the last one, right?
Correct. 32 to 39.
Second?
Who moved it?
I did.
Thank you. And this is just normal beginning of the year business. Okay. Councilpersons Wu,
Yes.
Sung,
Yes?
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
O.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
Can we table the next resolution, until the next meeting?
So the comment, well, you took it off the agenda, so you can't table something that you pulled off the agenda. So, do any comments by any council members?
Point of order, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to introduce the ordinance 1901 to repeal the ordinance of the pay-to-play, which is 1818.
Did the public, have a chance to discuss that?
First reading.
You could do it by title.
It's not being repealed today, it's just being introduced.
Was it on the agenda? Was it on the agenda?
That's when I came in, yes.
It's on the agenda? Can you show me where it's on the agenda?
I'd like to introduce it by...
Well, hold on a second. The borough clerk says that it's not on the agenda.
It is in new business.
No, we can.
I'm going to ask our so-called borough council for an opinion. Can we do this?
Yes.
I'll give you a so-called answer, sure.
I want a real answer.
It doesn't need to be open.
But it's not on the agenda either.
It's not, it's just an introduction by title.
Usually, if you're going to have a new ordinance, you put it on the agenda prior to the meeting as a heads up to everybody. You didn't do that here. I view that as an Open Public Meetings Act violation, but you guys can do what you want because you have the votes.
Heads up at the last meeting that I would repeal it today, so I'm just...
No, that's not a heads up. Actually, the last thing you said at the last meeting was an expletive, and the meeting before that was another expletive at the
I
end.
don't call that at all.
But for the folks at home, go back and listen to the last 5 minutes of the last December 31st meeting and the prior meeting.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Second. They have a second.
Okay,
Hold on, the Beatty Padavano lawyer's falling asleep in the back. Come on. Isn't this exciting? You've only been here 5 hours. I hope you're billing Normandy every minute of this.
okay, so if it's a new ordinance, it's the first ordinance of the year, 1901. Could you then read it by title, please?
So this is not a regular meeting, Ed. Well, let's ask Mr. Wunsch. You could introduce an ordinance at a reorg meeting?
Yes, it's a first reading. It's just being...
No, that's not the...
Being introduced, it's a first reading.
The question is, can you introduce an ordinance at a reorg meeting? I know what it is. And you're saying you can?
New business, we are under new business, Mayor. It's...
All right. Take note.
Someone read it by title, please?
I will. Introduction of ordinance 1901 to repeal ordinance 18-18 entitled Public Contracting Reform Ordinance.
Okay, so
this is the ordinance that would be repealing what is really the state's strictest no-pay-to-play ordinance that we enacted in December, so that Ed and, I assume Gloria, Ellen, Debbie, and Jimmy could have their friends all come in and do work for the borough and get repaid for all their political contributions, which is something that I tried to stop. So...
Right after the election. Well, may I finish reading it? So given that the ordinance 18-18 was never submitted to the state, the Secretary of State, I'm going to make a recommendation that we instruct the borough clerk not to submit it to the Secretary of State since we're going to...
Well, the borough clerk was instructed to submit it and process it along with the borough attorney at the time. So if she didn't do it, that's on her right there.
I asked the borough attorney, she said it wasn't accepted.
That's not, yeah, as a mayor, that's...
18-18 does not mention that it was registered with the state.
So we approved it as a council. You didn't send it or whatever, or they're saying that you didn't do it. So look, the bottom line is you want to repeal something that's good for our taxpayers.
It's deficient on its face, so therefore it is null and void.
Well, would you want to get into details? Why is it deficient on its face?
We don't need to worry, we're just going to repeal it, so it doesn't matter. I have an opinion on that. The thing is this, it's required in the statute and it's plain. It says that it's supposed to be registered with the Secretary of State. There's a reason for that. Okay, it doesn't say may, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It has to be.
All right, so why wasn't it registered?
Because apparently your borough attorney that you pined for didn't do it.
Well, I think that falls into the, I think that falls into the purview of the responsibilities of the borough clerk.
No, it doesn't.
No. It would be the borough attorney should have had that in the
Ordinance.
All right, well, time will tell, and we'll figure that out.
But anyway...
Okay, can we
All
take
right, the bottom line is that you all want to repeal something that's good for our citizens.
That's your opinion.
Actually, Mayor, can I say something about that
You can
ordinance?
certainly have your friends come back to work.
Can I say something about that ordinance that you passed? that we're repealing today, under that ordinance, it's so strict that you can't even hire your own engineering firm that you want to reappoint.
Well, that says a lot about the state of New Jersey. Everybody thinks that they can
So what are
make
you going to do? You're
contributions.
going to hire somebody from New York and pay for them to come into Jersey?
No, I'm sure there's somebody in New Jersey that hasn't made political contributions. You could find them.
Okay, can we vote?
Well, it's a sad world when you think that no one's out there that hasn't made a political contribution.
Okay. So the ordinance 1909 with its first hearing...
Let's just change the name of it to the anti-taxpayer ordinance,
Okay,
okay?
1901 will have a public hearing, I guess, at the first meeting, January 15. There was a motion, a second, Councilpersons Wu,
No.
Sung,
Yes.
Sabari,
Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Aversa,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, can have a motion to adjourn?
Actually, I do,
Comments?
I have comments.
Oh, I thought you had them already. Okay.
Maybe Bill has something to say.
Anybody have comments? Want to start from on my right? William?
I have no comments.
Jimmy?
Not right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sabari?
No, thank you again, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Councilwoman Park?
I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, and I'm feeling very hopeful for the new year. So I wish everyone a good 2019.
I'll bring it to you. You don't have any comments? How about you?
Comment. It'll be short, Eddie. So I have something prepared. Mayor, council members, and residents, I want to thank my fellow council members for the nomination for the council presidency. I feel very honored to have your approval to serve as the council president for the year 2019. We, as the borough, have many significant issues, such as 800 Sylvan Avenue, pending litigation matters, and improvement of the Whitty Field. We need to address and resolve, and I'm fully committed to work hard with each one of you. Before this mayor took his office 3 years ago, Englewood Cliffs was known as the jewel and the envy of Bergen County. In fact, like many of you, that is the reason why my family chose to move to Englewood Cliffs 23 years ago. However, in the last 3 years, under this mayor's control, many things were done unnecessarily, improperly, and maliciously. In fact, our town is no longer the envy of Bergen County and often in the news for things we're not proud of. On several occasions, the mayor has stated, "My goal is to fix New Jersey and America one town at a time, with EC serving as a model for others to follow." However, rather than keeping his promise and focusing on improving our town and becoming a model for others, this mayor chose to spend the entire 2018 dwelling on the police chief's recordings, as he has demonstrated at this meeting and many of the previous meetings. On November 6, 2018, the voters of Englewood Cliffs spoke loud and clear by voting for council members Debbie Sabari and Jimmy Song. With the addition of the two newly sworn-in council members, along with Councilman Bill Wu, Councilman Ed Aversa, and Councilwoman Ellen Park, we will reset the direction of our town. Together, we will restore the integrity, financial responsibility, and civility, and will strive to be, once again, the envy of Bergen County. Again, thank you for the nomination and the approval. I look forward to making 2019 a successful and prosperous year for all the residents of Englewood Cliffs. Thank you.
So what Gloria did mention was that she and Ed actually voted for high-rise development in town, 153 feet. And the last person who mentioned resetting anything was Hillary Clinton, and that didn't work out so well for her either.
I make motion to adjourn.
I second.
Let's adjourn.
It's your doing.
I do have one thing to say, but I'm going to say it from there. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned officially.